Remember last year, that's when my laptop died, and then I was literally like out of. The laptop died not that far after my birthday,
I mean,
and
I
then it
think
just like I was like in ambience doing tournaments for like a decent chunk of time until I was able to use what little bit of money that I had from the fundraise that I had going for my PC for the past like 3 years. I went ahead and
yeah.
used that in order to pick up the PC. I still ended up being more in the red than I really wanted, but I got the correct module for the type that I wanted. That could be a gaming
Okay.
PC and it could be a work PC, predominantly gaming, and then I can work from
I have a gaming PC that is my work PC.
beauty
I
of
wanted to
the
have two
Cybertronians.
separates,
Oh,
but
you got two
it
separate ones. Oh,
no, I said I want to have two separate ones.
oh,
Like, I want one dedicated strictly to work, and I want one dedicated strictly to gaming. Because I work a lot, and I've been
understood.
using it more than, gaming. Like, this is actually, like, the first time I actually put on the headphones in, like, forever.
It's good having you, and it was good hearing from you again. I missed the sound of such a beautiful voice.
Oh my god, you're flattering me.
Hey,
Oh man. It makes me feel better that you actually do like it. It's kind of refreshing, because I'm always talking on the phone. I'm usually talking on the phone when I'm on the computer.
hey, a woman that can have
And
a great attitude or a commanding voice or a very good demeanor about her is a very, very cool trait for me. Sometimes it also brings out the simp in me.
oh, oh, I don't know how to respond.
No, you good.
Oh man, that makes me really happy.
I
Like
mean,
genuinely.
mm, alright, but feel free to
I,
put me up in the background. I have us live now on Twitch. I just need to see where the others are at. This is episode one. Well, well, this is actually episode one because episode zero was just me talking last time.
oh snap! Oh snap! Coming to the macaroni party because we are taking a nap.
Absolutely. Or the macaroni party can also have some cheese. Depends on which way you wish to go with your meal.
I'm gonna be honest. If you're having macaroni and cheese by itself and calling it a meal, I'm gonna have to drop kick you. Like
You're not lying.
that is a snack.
You're not lying because like macaroni and cheese can be a meal, but it's always meant to just be a good side that goes with something, and it makes it nice by default. It can just be better
Literally,
because
it's a side. Like that's like saying bananas is a whole meal. Like no, that's a snack.
it might be a whole meal for a monkey, but not for a man.
A monkey, right? They can probably eat more than us. That's the craziest part.
I wouldn't be surprised if their rate of consumption is more than us.
Sorry, I'm thinking of apes. Apes need to eat a
Oh,
lot more than us.
oh yeah, apes, gorillas, or orangutans, definitely.
Did you know? Fun fact: gorillas, pound for pound, is actually one of the strongest animals for its size. The only animal that compares to something like a gorilla in terms of how its size is comparable to its strength is an ant. That is insane.
Wait a minute. It's an ant can an ant strength can measure to a gorilla.
No, that's not what I'm trying to
Oh,
say.
okay. I
So,
thought
like, you know how an ant can pick up, like, a lot
more than
more
its
than its
body weight.
actual weight?
Yes.
Yeah, a gorilla can do the same thing because of its size. Like, for its size, for it to be able to pick up as much as it can and the amount of strength that it has,
Is massive.
most animals can't do that. Like, we can't do what an ant can do, picking up, 20 times our own body weight. That's insane. But a gorilla can. And that's what makes them so terrifyingly strong. Because you would think, oh, it's just because they're bigger. Well, kinda. Yeah, kinda. But, like, say a horse. A horse wouldn't be able to pick up nearly that much
No,
of
I
its
imagine a
like
horse
own
can
body
probably pull that
weight.
much. It could probably pull that much, like a Clydesdale.
Well, pulling and lifting is two very different types of strength. Like we can pull a lot more than we can lift or
Oh,
push.
okay,
You know,
okay.
we could push and lift a lot more than our body weight. But if we're talking about straight up lifting over our heads, oh no, no. And that's what makes gorillas so fascinating. They're very strong. They are very strong.
Hmm.
I know I'm weird. The only reason I know this is because I was looking a lot into the gorilla versus bear matchup. You know, a tale as old as time. Because everyone was like, who would win in a fight, a bear or a gorilla? Usually we would never find out because they live in completely different regions. But
Here's an
if
interesting
we're going to
fact.
talk about like objectively speaking, like a gorilla does have like slightly more strength than a bear, but it wouldn't really be able to put it down because of how loose a bear's skin is. Like that's what makes them so strong in the wild is their tankiness. Their skin is very flexible. They have a thick hide. Not to mention they have claws. They use their teeth, and well, they have monstrous strength. Like it's so bad that most tigers, which is like the strongest type of cat, wouldn't really want to try to take on a bear by itself. It can, but more often than not, a tiger would not want to mess with a bear.
Would be
and, and that's
a lot.
insane to think about because when you think of cats, they're strong. Like, you know, tigers, they're strong. And lions, you know, they're strong. But a bear, I mean, you know how they tell you to try not to shoot a bear with any sort of handgun? It's just gonna make them angry. Like, I'm talking like you need a 12 gauge. And even then, they will tank that and still run towards you. Like they are
My
tough.
goodness.
They are tough. You know, back in the olden days, they actually used to consider bears like actual monsters. Like we would consider them as monsters and almost like godlike entities because of how destructive they were and how tough they are to take down. Couldn't really say the same for a gorilla. Are they strong? Yes. Are they dangerous? Absolutely. Would you rather encounter a gorilla or a bear? That's the real question.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. But in any case,
All right,
I
but
can
chat,
I can let
good
you get
tuning in
started.
here as well. Well, we've already began.
Oh, whoops. I just kind of went on a tangent. Sorry. That was my witty banter.
Oh no, it's all good. That's the name of the game. That's how we get it going. All right, chat out there,
Snap.
viewers, fans, subscribers, all the same. Welcome through as we are amidst Chapter 1, Episode 1 of The Space Bridge. You already know. General podcast series of the Iacon Battle Circuit. Join with me here tonight for the time in which I have her is the founder of the Little Orange Tribe, former FGC goer, current musician at the House of Friday Night Funkin', Clementine.
Hello. Or I should say howdy. It's great to be here.
It is great to have you on board. I need to find my soundboard Arubis.
Oh my god. You know, I have a soundboard. Or I have a what is this thing called? A Stream Deck. I have a Stream Deck.
Oh, you got the
I haven't
dual.
used it yet. Yeah, but it got like really basic sounds on it. I gotta actually edit it.
Hey, do what it is and try to see if you can upload some sounds when you can. Here, what I got in here? I got this. I got
Let's.
As it was, as it is, as it shall be.
Oh,
and what we got here?
Girl, that girl is bad girl news, girl.
For
I don't know
instance,
if you heard that.
that girl is bad girl news girl. Yes.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
know
see.
how to do my thing. What you know about the old theme song? Yo, that was so hard back in the day, bruh. Nah, that and Gohan's Anger, bro, those were like the best tracks.
They were. That they were.
You know, speaking of tracks, I don't know if you've seen this trend before, but I've been seeing it a lot more on like YouTube Shorts. It was people dancing to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero poses. So like it would show like Majin Buu just doing his idol stance, and then it would show someone else doing like that idol stance, but they were like dancing.
Ooh.
So it was what was it? It was like Majin Buu, it was Gogeta, Gotenks, Guldo, Raccoon charging up. Like they all just got like a funky little dance that they do when they're just standing there doing nothing. I thought it was funny.
It sounds funny.
I find it. In any case, what are we talking about?
Well, as we first started into this, well, let's see. Your background. I would like to know. Whenever did you want to go into it? Like, what brought you into gaming, or brought you into the fighting game community?
What brought me into gaming? Well, I've been playing games all of my life. I mean, I was the tomboy out of my, out of me and my sister. You know, we're twins,
Ooh.
and yeah, I'm a twin, and she wasn't really interested in video games, mostly because she was deaf, so she didn't really bother with video games. But me, I did everything. But what got me into fighting games? I don't know. I mean, I can't really think of a game in particular because I played way too many. It was a long time ago, so please forgive me.
Are you?
Um, One of the notable fighting games that I know that I've really, really enjoyed way back when we were still in the arcades was Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, it was
I
a long time
loved playing Mortal Kombat. I also loved playing Killer Instinct. Um, of course, I tried Street Fighter. I didn't really like the original Street Fighter. I don't know if you've ever tried to play original Street Fighter. Why is it so hard to do a quarter circle forward? Like it was so dumb on how strict everything was. No wonder nobody liked it because you couldn't do anything. There was no combos. You know, it was just punch, kick. Maybe you'll get a fireball.
right. Like they kept it like pretty pedestrian back in those days.
Yeah, yeah. But I've played all sorts of different fighting games. I've played Tekken. I've played Melty Blood and Grand Blue. Um, I've played I played just about everything that you can think of. I can't remember all of them, but I played just about everything. But the game that got me to like legitimate competitive play was MK9.
Ah,
That's like
yes.
when I actually started taking everything seriously. MK9. Um, I had to play the most broken characters. I played Johnny Cage and I played Freddy Krueger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I dabbled a little bit in Cyrax. Whew, he was busted. Everyone was busted in that game. That was a horrible game to try to. um, I tried to dabble into Marvel, but I never really enjoyed it. I've played all of them, but I never enjoyed it. Um, I played Injustice 1, and I had to play. I had to play my girls. I had to play Hawk Girl because nobody played Hawk Girl for some reason, and I played Batgirl because she was busted. And Injustice 2, I played Firestorm and Harley Quinn, and in MKX, I started out with Ferritor, then moved later into Kung Jin, and then I ended off in with Jason, and let's see.
So you moved around. So you moved
I
around the dial of a lot of like arcade games back in those years.
I have. I went to my first Evo. I believe it was season 2 of Dragon Ball Fighters. That was the first time I went to an Evo. But I was in the arcade. Going to a couple locals, got a little bit of money, but I never really played against top level players until like online, like an actual thing. So I didn't really try to play competitively. I just liked playing. Um, and then of course, I've met you in Dragon Ball Fighters.
I remember one. Yes,
I
sir.
met a lot of people in Dragon Ball Fighters. So y'all are the ones I feel like I have kept the most of. Like no one really knew me before Dragon Ball Fighters, but I was always there. I was always there, and Panther, who now goes by Black Kakazu, my son.
That's a mouthful of a name. Pause, chat.
Hey, Kakazu.
Say that 5 times
Um,
fast.
nah, because I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something wrong.
I'm telling you.
um, but he played me in Mortal Kombat, and he saw just how different I played. Like he knew I was a lot better. He was like, "Dang, why have I never heard of you?" I was a sheltered. I didn't really play online like that, but I knew all the different tech, and when I did fight people, I dominated people. I'm not saying I was the best because I'm definitely not,
But you were very
but
confident.
I was out there. I was out there. You know what I'm saying? Um, I also did dabble a lot in the Naruto Storm games as well. Ooh boy. Naruto Storm 2 was my debut into the Storm games. That game is broken.
I've heard the legends.
That game is busted. And I just kind of just stuck to Storm 2. I was still good at every other Storm game. Like, I reached the max rank, like the hero rank. I made that rank in like every single game. And I do remember one time very vividly. I was in Storm 2 and I actually celebrated my 300 loss. That's how badly I was beating people. I had to celebrate my losses. I can't remember exactly how many wins I had, but I want to say it was around 5,000, somewhere around there.
Wait, wins or your rank?
My wins. That's how many wins I had. My rank was maxed out. It was like 9999999. But I just kept playing people. I loved playing people, and I loved taking the other, max ranks, the other 999s. I love to fight them because, they would lose a lot of points, and they didn't want to. They didn't want to fight me no more because they wanted to keep their points, and it took forever to get those points back. Because once you reach a certain rank, you only get so many points. Yeah, you only gain so many, and you lose like a crap ton. But later down the road, once Dragon Ball Fighters hit, I showed out for the last time. I still kept up with other fighting games like Guilty Gear and the new Mortal Kombat, the new Street Fighter, Melty Blood, and I am excited for Project L or 2XKO or whatever you want to call it.
I'm still mad they changed that damn name. Like, Project L was just a better selling point, and then ended up being an L when they changed the name.
Seriously, that's like... don't even get me started on it. But I'll say that's what got me pretty much through the FGC, all those different games. I know I'm missing a lot more, but that's kind of what got me into everything and anything.
You still dabble in any of those games now during your free time, or just like whatever?
I'm playing the newer games. I play the newer games. I still play Dragon Ball Fighters. I know, crazy, right? I'm still playing it. I actually go on Dragon Ball Fighters when I get mad at Sparking Zero. Like, Sparking Zero is such a far cry of a fair game. Like, that game is not remotely fair.
And can you believe
that
the
game
is trying to make that game into something like overly competitive instead of just enjoying it at face value like it was meant to be?
Seriously. But what I don't understand...
Fighters 2.0, and that's just not what it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be chaotically fun.
Right. But one thing I will say about Sparking Zero that I really don't like is, if it's supposed to be a fun and easy game, why is it difficult? I mean, genuinely, that game is difficult.
I will say it's one of the arena fighters that I actually got to give some credit to for having a very productive learning curve in the deeper mechanic layers. I didn't think I would see that in a arena fighters style, but they really took something from the past installments of arena fighters like Gundam Breakers or Kill la Kill If and Demon Slayer, and really did something really nice with this game.
My biggest problem with Sparking Zero is the amount of defensive mechanics there are in the game. There is... Oh, man. There are so many different defensive mechanics. I can't even count them. Like, just going off of the base, like, the top of my head, you have Vanish, which is where you just, tap the button and you vanish out of the combo. You have the up square, where you have to time it perfectly and you just stop them from comboing you, even on hit. So if they're hitting you from in front or from behind, pause. You can just stop them at any time. It doesn't cost any resources. You just do it. You have another move that's like that where you it's like a burst. I don't know what it's called, but it's like a burst. You have perception, which is like your typical counter that you would see, and then you have like a perfect perception that you could do on block. There's so many different things. I know I'm missing a couple more, but those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. And those just happen. Like, you just kind of have them. And I noticed that a lot against the computer. Because, I play the game casually. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I can't do a single combo. At least not on the computer. I can't do a single combo. Because, they're computers. So they can do the super hard, perfect input.
Yeah, you're talking about inhuman timing versus natural human timing.
I don't know what they expect me to do. I don't know how they expect me to complete the game. I can't learn anything from it. And yeah, it was... That in itself wasn't that fun, because I want to feel like a Dragon Ball character, but I really don't. Like, in Raging Blast 2, I felt more like a Dragon Ball character. It felt really fun. This one, I've never been too fancy of the Budokai series. And, it showed. Because a lot of people were saying, oh, all of those defensive mechanics, yeah, they existed in Budokai. I'm like, then how did you have fun? Like, how is that fun? It's like, oh, because it's chaotic.
Budokai was a different time and a different type of fun that they wanted to try and duplicate with Sparking Zero. And I guess they did okay with more mechanics and more characters to boot in that same ideology. I see some of the same template from Budokai Tenkaichi 3 that I can recollect in this.
Yeah, the only Budokai clone I liked was Raging Blast 2.
Yeah.
I will say, though, in terms of, arena fighters, though, the best arena fighter mechanically is Demon Slayer. I think they did their arena fighter mechanic perfectly.
Yeah.
That is a game I actually, would want to play or even watch. I love watching it because a lot of people would say, oh, Demon Slayer isn't that fair. Yeah, it is. That game not only is super competitive, but it has mechanics that you can understand and work around. And you can't just get out of combos for free. That's not how that works. It's like, oh, but what about the infinite combos? There are no infinite combos. Even if you tried, you literally cannot do an infinite combo. Because every time you do a combo, there's this little timer, right? There's a red timer, a yellow timer, and a blue timer. And that timer will always go down as long as they are in hit stun. When that timer goes to 0, they will drop out of the combo, and you can't hit them on the ground.
Oh, so they auto-lock out. Yeah, they auto-lock you out of infinite, so it's not even statistically possible to do.
Yep. And again, every attack that you do does a different timer. So, for example, if you are able to hit someone with, a counter, right? Like a good counter, then, you'll get, a blue timer, so the combo lasts longer.
Uh-huh.
Or you get, a move that's, really easy to hit that, skips neutral, you'll get a red counter. So you can only do, a short combo, and you gotta choose your combos. That is so cool. I loved that. And let's say that you didn't want to wait for that combo timer to finish. You got your, what was it? Your demon bar gauges. It was 2 bars. And each bar gave you a unique like demon skill or whatever, or like your assist if you had like your assist, because you had the slayers and then you had the demons. Demons had their demon skills, and the slayers had a teammate. So it was kind of like your Dragon Ball Fighters assist, and you only had the 2 bars, but you could sacrifice those 2 bars to get out of a combo for free. Like, you just get out the combo, but you gotta wait for them to come back. And you can't use your assist, aka your demon skill bars. So it was a resource that you had to manage. And I loved that. I absolutely loved that. I would love if other arena fighters did something like that, you know, polish that idea, because that, in my opinion, is probably the best they're going to get when it comes to an arena fighter. I've seen it through Globku. I don't know if you know him,
I
but
met him a couple of times. Nice dude.
he is a really nice dude. You know, he would always you know, host these Demon Slayer tournaments and show all this different footage, and you really had to see the proper skill, and it wasn't that chaotic. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like extreme chaotic, like Naruto Storm. Because Naruto Storm, the problem was you had 4 logs. Once you ran out of logs, you're just getting infinitely comboed until your logs come back. And it was just like, but that's not very fun, because it's just infinite combos amongst infinite combos amongst infinite combos. The combo never ends. And Naruto Storm Connections just made it worse. Because now you can just do infinite combos without chakra. Ugh. It was just, I don't know. I wish they did what Demon Slayer did, because that was amazing. It was fun to watch. It was easy to understand. It was easy to follow. Because Naruto is just chaotic. I don't know if you've ever seen a level Naruto game, but
Shinobi
you
Striker.
wouldn't be able to follow anything.
Shinobi Striker is the only one that I really took a depth into. I even tried playing it competitively for a time. That was a mistake.
I didn't even know that had a competitive scene.
Neither did I until I started seeing clan tags.
Yeah, clan tags. What, like Call of Duty?
Just about, yeah. That's how you know they're from this clan or group, whatever it is. You got this one ninja, whatever, that's just doing some jujutsu bullshit, zigzagging back and forth on buildings, soloing people. It's like, no, I'm good actually. I'm actually fucking good. I'll go back to Xenoverse. I can't even hit this fuck.
I feel it.
Let me see. How about any depth on the competition or any past seasons you played in, online event landscape?
Wait, what was the question?
How about the competition, or were there any past seasons that you played in on any of the games that you liked, if you competed, or how did you feel about the online landscape of some of the games that you played?
I would say not for me personally, because I never really tried to compete online. Like, whenever I did compete, always offline, and it was usually just locals that weren't really that big of tournaments. But, you know, I was always an observer. You know, I always watched from the back and analyzed a lot of the higher level games. And one thing consistently throughout the years that I've been trying to tell people is that these online warriors, They're no frauds. There are some, but take someone like Ninja Killer. Everyone thought he was a fraud. Like, really. It's like, oh, he's only beating Sonic Fox because it's online. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Burn. The moment he came to an offline event, he solidified himself as a household staple.
Basically.
I mean, out of nowhere.
MK Legend was born.
MK Legend was born right then and there. I mean, he was destroying people. And not just in MKX. In MK11. He's doing it in MK1. I'm pretty sure he's playing Tekken right now. and dominating.
Probably.
Another would be Hikari. You know, say what you want about him, but he was an online warrior before we actually got to see him.
He was. Much, like him or hate him in chat, you already know how I feel about a certain Josiah. But yes, that he is.
He was an online warrior, and he solidified himself as, a legitimate threat. Like he is a prodigy.
Yeah.
But one of the biggest examples, I would say, is during the Street Fighter V era. People like Punk, people like Idom.
Idom was so good during the 5 era. It's probably still good now. Him and Snake Eyes.
Oh, Snake Eyes, man, he a legend. He a legend. But you had people like Punk, and people like, yeah, didn't he train Just a Kid?
yeah, he did.
Oh man, that was like his son. Man, but you had all of these people back in the day. No one knew who the heck Punk was. I mean, honestly, no one who knew who Meta was. They just kind of appeared. They just kind of appeared and just started dominating. Then you got people like the young prodigies, like Noah, the prodigy. But I can't consider him a prodigy no more. He's too old to be a prodigy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Street Fighter 6 player. I called a lot of that dude's match. No, a kid who's a prodigy. I saw it was scary. Was Enzio the Hokage.
Yep.
That kid was amazing. Because I was talking about this with one of my friends I used to play in just with when I was calling one of the brackets up in Chicago last year, and I actually got a chance to call a lot of his matches because this kid was cleaning house in a loser's bracket. He literally made a top 32 run all the way to top 4 in under an hour, and he had his stream on. I was looking at this kid. He's literally streaming like what my nephew does, just literally he's looking at his screen almost like a zombie mode. I was like, holy shit, this kid is good. And he's contesting people like Elder Goose and Punk. This kid has a great future ahead of him. He literally looks like a little kid, like a 12, 13-year-old. And he's just taking people out.
You also had Ending Walker. I would consider him a prodigy as well.
That name sounds familiar. You said Andy Walker?
Yeah, Ending Walker. He's the UK kid. I think he's like 16 or 17 now.
Street Fighter or Tekken?
Street Fighter. He played Ed. He played Ed and he played Ryu. Now he's playing Ed more. I believe he made it at the first Evo. I believe he made it top 4? Was it top 4? No, that might have been the second Evo. I can't quite remember. But he definitely made it in the top 8. He was the one that had the boxing match with the other Ed that I am blanking on. I think it was Lashard, and he won. I think he won. I think he won that. It was a literal boxing match between them. I would consider him a prodigy. Paladin, he's the Ryu player, about the same age.
I do remember Paladins.
Mm-hmm. I would consider him a prodigy.
Oh, how about
But
I remember I met a dude really really good with jury. His name is Naji.
Naji,
Jury player.
yeah, it sounds familiar. How old is he?
I'm not sure if he's a kid, but I know he's not a full grown adult like us.
Maybe.
But
I'm not
young
sure.
man-
I know I've
young
seen
man
him.
area. Yeah, yeah.
I've definitely seen him before. Definitely seen him. But there was one kid. I cannot remember his name, but I know Brian F did a video on him, who is like the actual young prodigy. He's a 15-year-old that made it in the Capcom Cup. You know what I'm talking about?
That story sounds very familiar. I can't pick the name to it, but I do remember that story.
Yeah. He is the youngest. He is the youngest person to qualify for Capcom Cup. That is insane. Because at first it was Ending Walker at 16, but this kid is 15. He is 15 and he made it here. He basically got diapers on.
Yeah. Nice bottle and a controller, and we're good to go.
But on a for real though, back in the day, Sonic Fox, mad prodigy. He was playing since he was 8 or 9. Competitive play, and he's been doing it ever since. Dominating. And he still is dominating.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, let me show these little kids I'm still the king.
Yeah, it's still his domain.
It is still his domain. Can't quite say the same for Street Fighter. I can't even tell you who the best Street Fighter player is right now. I literally can't. Because at first I was like, oh yeah, it's Angry Bird. Oh wait, no, now it's Punk. Oh no, now it's Big Bird. Oh, but it gotta be Mena. And like all these different people.
Yeah, because I didn't think Big Bird was like that when I saw him. Cause I remember before Big Bird became a Street Fighter player, he was an MK player, and then he just slowly went into.
What did he play?
He played Liu Kang and I want to say either Astra or Sindel.
I did not know that Big Bird touched MK at all. Because the thing is, I know
He didn't make it big.
I knew him and Angry Bird. They're like literal sparring partners. Like they fight all the time, so they know how they fight. But I knew Big Bird was a menace. I knew he was a monster because I was just like, Angry Bird is all the way up here. Oh yeah, he's like the best of the birds. I'm like. Then Big Bird, I mean, as you saw in the last Evo, he made it in second place.
Yeah.
Twice. That was his second time being second place at Evo. And Angry Bird's first Evo, he became the champion. That is absolutely insane. Yep. And I knew that those two, like, if we're just going to talk about, like, team-wise, they are just the best of the best. They just are up there. Punk, obviously, is one of the best players in Street Fighter.
Yeah. Zone bracket, he usually pulls a top 8er by design.
See, I gotta go like based off of characters now, you know what I'm saying? Because like you got character specialists. So like Punk, Pug, he's just the best Cammy. I mean, period. He is the best Cammy. You could argue that Angry Bird is the best Ken. You can make that argument. Big Bird, I mean, obviously he was the best Marissa. Now he's playing Rashid, and that is an interesting question. Is he actually the best Rashid? Because I've seen some pretty crazy Rashids.
And,
wow, okay, I just
Manad or somebody else that was running Manon, and then you got Najee with Jury. You got.
I thought he was gonna say IDOM or like random playing Manon.
Yeah, IDOM too. I don't know who he actually plays. And that's one of
it's
them.
Manon.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, he did say that Geef is going to be his new main now, but he was playing Manon for a minute.
Okay.
The best Jury, I would probably say Nephew.
Okay.
Nephew's probably the best Jury. The best Akuma. I don't know.
I don't know. I gotta see that character more.
I mean, I see him everywhere, but everyone just has him in the pocket. No one actually like mains him.
That's the thing. He's ignorant, but he still has his limitations to his ignorance, which I thought was interesting. Cap that popped on him right away.
It's crazy though, because I'm looking at everyone's different tier list and DLC and all that. A lot of people are saying that he's just the best character. Him, Ed, Rashid, Bison.
It's funny how you dub a character the best character, yet is made a pocket pick and is seldom a main. That's crazy.
Literally. Well, it's just because that's just how viable the game is. You know, I mean, a lot of people like to play other characters.
Right.
Like,
You would think
people still love playing Ken.
Okay, there's even people that main Ken. That's why I'm just. It's fascinating that people can do that in that game, but it's versatile enough to take characters at face value to pocket status and not so much maining status.
You know, check this out. So I saw a YouTube video. I forgot by who, but I only watched a little bit of it. It was like an MK YouTuber who was highlighting some tweets and I guess drama. I'm not going to get too much into the drama, but there was this post of a tournament where it showed like the end results. It was like top 8 and it showed the player and the character that they used.
Right.
It was like 5 out of 8 of them were just Homelander. It was just Homelander.
Oh, that was
and
that
then
was programmed 2 weeks ago. What the fuck?
Boost, you know Boost, one of the best Kens. I think he was making a joke saying, "Oh yeah, I'm so glad that I'm not playing a game for, you know, a Winnie Hut Jr. game or whatever he was saying, but something along that line." And you know, some people got mad at that. I think Tweety got mad at that. It was saying, and he had his own picture where it was like top 8, and 3 of the top 8 was Ken. And they were just like, yeah, funny that you say that because this literally happened not even a week after yours. So how can you say something like that? Now, like I said, I wasn't looking too much into the controversy and all that. But one thing is, I would say comparing someone like Ken to Homelander is not fair. And not for a reason that you may think. Homelander is he is the best character in Mortal Kombat right now. He's the best character, and it's not close. Like, it's not even remotely close. He is the best character because He can fly. He has the best zoning. He has the best meterless damage. He has the best mix. He's safe on pretty much everything he does, and you can't catch him. Like he's just the best character. Then you have someone like Ken. Sure, you could argue that Ken is probably the most popular character. Oh, but he's popular in tournament. Okay. He's popular in tournaments. Does that mean he's just, by and large, the best character? It's no. I mean, a lot of people don't even put him in top 10 anymore. They don't even put him in top 5. Like, Ken is not easy to play. I mean, from my experience of playing him, he is not easy to play. At least for me. A lot of people still consider him the worst of the Shotos. Yet, he's still the most popular. He does below average damage when it comes to a Shoto. His buttons are pretty much the same as every other Shoto. He has amazing corner carry and rushdown. You know, he has that. But his fireball game is weak. Yeah. I mean, that's really all he has, like, as an advantage over the other Shotos, right, is that corner carry and the the rush down high low pressure mix. But like, Ryu can do the same thing, not to the same effectiveness, but if you wanted to slow down the game, Ryu can do that. If you want to have a full screen presence, Ryu's full screen presence is way scarier than someone like Ken. And then you have Akuma, who is just better than both of them. Luke used to be in the conversation, but I don't know where he is now. I don't know why a lot of people dropped him. I don't know if he just does less damage or if his buttons are bad.
One or the other.
I guess.
Because I remember there was a time, like, during, like, last year, early last year or early this year, I'd seen a lot of Lukes, and then suddenly I just started seeing a lot less of them.
Also, Half-Fine was saying that your mic is low.
Who is it?
I can hear you fine, but I guess they were saying that your mic is low. Yeah. Also, hi Half-Mine. And hi Angel. Hi the Cookie Monster.
Oh, hey, what's going on over there, guys? Oh, you're live on your end?
No. I am not live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. I just looked at the chat and I was like, oh, my bad.
Oh, I got you. Oh, hey, Half-Mine, what's going on? I see you.
Half-Mine doesn't seem too happy to see me.
Let me turn off my air conditioner. Make that my...
Somebody's to see you here. Dang.
Carrion is another strong and like... Hey, Cookie, what's good? Carrion is another strong and likable Cammy player. I think the problem with naming someone the best with a character is that there are a ton we don't see, like the South African players so many didn't know before CP. Yeah.
Aries in the game? Dang, I didn't know he was in the game.
You gotta think about like the top players for region-wise is where that conversation goes into. Which games like Street Fighter and Tekken can delve into that type of depth if you want to get into like best players region-wise, rather than just all in one overall.
Well, Half-Mine, I think you're thinking of KOF. Yeah, Terry's in KOF.
But Terry's in Street Fighter now.
What? He's in Street Fighter? That's crazy.
Yeah, Terry Bogard's the DLC. He's the first DLC character of the second season for Street Fighter.
I know. I'm just messing around. Wait, okay, so my problem with Terry is that he has so much to him, but I don't think he's that great. I mean, and don't get me wrong, he is fun. He is very, 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 very fun to play. But oh my god, he is bad. Oh my goodness! Like people going into the intricacies left and right on how to counter him. I'm like, dang. How is this character supposed to function? Because like you can stop so much of what he wants to do. It's not even funny. It's actually really bad.
Hey, the lose character question mark?
I have no idea.
But have fun doing it.
I mean, like I said, he is really fun. But like, man, he's just, he exists.
Yeah.
He exists.
I do like that they kept his original design from KOF, so you don't have to. I guess you could probably also have his own set skins later on down the line. But I like that they kept this initial KOF design.
Hopefully, we get more costumes, bro. I'm tired of these freaking Avatar costumes, bro. I don't care about these Avatar costumes. Give me a costume for Jury. I want my Jury costumes. Give me the swimsuit. Give me the kimono. Give me the Santa Claus outfit. Give me the Street Fighter 5 freaking costumes. Give me the nurse's outfit. I want all of them.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like they went in with these on Street Fighter 5, and while that was like a trash game online, hell, you could at least get what you wanted out of it for your money's worth sometimes. For skins for characters that you play or want to play, or just skins in general. You can use in-game money or you can use regular money, but you still get skins for characters. I'm surprised they didn't do that already for over here, or it's something that I guess is only done on PC via our nice little mod systems.
Harry's a Link monster. He has a good game, and he's such a great representation of its real bout in KOF iterations. He is a Link monster. I remember there was a combo trial specifically about Links. And his timing. Oh my goodness. His combo trials is definitely a knowledge check, which I do appreciate, but I wish it gave more reward than what it is. Like, yeah, he's complicated. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he can even do a lot of damage. But for all of that, he's still considered not the strongest of characters. Like, most people don't even consider him mid-tier. Like, that's how, like, bad it is. So I'm just like, well, how would you fix him? You know, how would you keep him true to his character and, make him strong enough to contend at least in mid-tier? Because, like, people are really saying he's, like, the worst DLC character in terms of strength. Like, every other DLC character is just stronger than him. Heck, a lot of people are arguing that Aki, the previous, bad or worst character of the DLC, is stronger than someone like Jury. Which I found interesting, because everyone was like, oh, Jury is so freaking good. And I'm like, wait, Aki? And I'm like, you know what? I can see it. I can see it. Aki is so much fun. I love playing Aki. I just suck with her, but she's really fun. She's like a harder Bison. She's like Bison, but harder. And actually requires a brain. Yes, I am calling out all of the Bison players. They do not need a brain to play him.
Manga character. Manga results.
You gotta work to get that damage. You do gotta work to get that damage. You do gotta work for it. But that's what I love about her, is that she's fun. Like, her combo structure is very fun to do. You still need reactions to play. You need reactions to play Street Fighter. You need reactions to play Street Fighter. I mean, just in general.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have them, it sharpens them. If you got them, you're good.
Like you need reactions to be a pro player. You need to have godlike reactions. But everybody need like your reaction speed can be less accurate in something like Dragon Ball Fighters than in Street Fighter 6.
Right. Because like Street Fighter 6 just is more like fundamentally restricting.
It really is. He got dummy damage, but you got to get in or create openings. Well, when you have a stand heavy punch that's like 0 on block, or the what was that one like knee that's like a heavy kick? I forgot which direction, but like he can create his own plus frames or like be safe or whatever. He is punishing a whiff in Street Fighter takes skill. It does. It absolutely does. It takes insane reaction and skill. Heck, I still have a hard time whiff punishing. I can whiff punish really easy in MK. Street Fighter? Heck, nah. It's like a lightning fat. I was like, how am I supposed to punish that? It feels like Dragon Ball. It's like trying to whiff. It's like trying to whiff punish an auto combo in Dragon Ball Fighters. That's how it feels. trying to whiff punish anything in Street Fighter.
It is a work process.
Yeah.
Let's delve into. We went into offlines, the online event landscape, which painted a really good picture, and the competition with it. How about from the communities that you traveled across? What about the state of play? Like, give me an idea about like how the community felt, or the tournament scenes, if they were plentiful or abundant, or like the influence of those games, and like I would say content making. But I know you didn't really make content on those games, but the three aforementioned. So like your Street Fighter, or maybe your Dragon Ball, or your Melty Blood, or an NRS title.
I'll say back in like I'll say about 2016 to about 2020, around that area in time. I would say that was probably the most hype I have been for just a fighting game in general. You know, watching MKX, tournaments, watching Injustice tournaments, like Injustice 2. At that time, I didn't really care too much about Street Fighter V, so I wasn't too heavily into that. But that's when Dragon Ball Fighters came out, and just seeing all of the new competition in that, the different rivalries, the different storylines, meeting all of these new people that you've never seen before, making their debut in sunshine and happiness throughout, both online and offline. It was just super exciting to see. But as Dragon Ball Fighters slowly started to fade out and other games started coming into play, like Guilty Gear, I would say people like Bum and Damascus really kept the community alive. Like, if it wasn't for those two, Dragon Ball Fighters would be dead. I'm sorry. It would actually be dead. But they still showed just how much the game could still improve. Like, we thought Dragon Ball Fighters was dead. Like, we thought Dragon Ball Fighters was dead before Gogeta came out. Gogeta 4. Like, we thought that was just it. Like, there's no more characters, there's no more patches. That's what we thought. And then Gogeta came out. And And then it's like, okay, for real, there's no more patches. Then another patch comes. Oh, well, okay, for real, there's no more. Then Live Code comes out. Okay, for real, this is the last. And then another patch comes out. Okay, for real, this is the last one.
Well,
Hey, guess what? Another patch came out. Like, the game just wouldn't die. And honestly, I'm kind of glad that it didn't. I'm glad that it didn't, but it did take a unique turn. You know, like, I kind of wish that the game, like how it is now, I wish it was like that when it came out. Because I do genuinely think this game is fun, and it can still be fun, but it's not nearly as fun because not a lot of people are playing it anymore. I mean, they just don't care. There's so many other games to play.
yeah, there's the plate. Like 2024 really did expand the plate for the FGC, like it was predicted in 2023. So now you have other options. So this doesn't have to be a dedicated pastime as much anymore.
And even when Guilty Gear came out, it didn't have as strong as an impact. Like, it was there, don't get me wrong. And it definitely got better over time.
I would say,
but when Guilty Gear came out,
I would say only at the beginning with Guilty Gear did it in the beta state for Guilty Gear, did that temporarily show the interest of fighters, because you have that releasing breathe of rollback. That was the main encompassing aspect from the beta for Guilty Gear Strive that brought everyone to that dance for as long as it was up until it went away, and then fighters was the main thing again.
And the thing was with Guilty Gear was Guilty Gear is already a very niche, game.
Yeah.
Like they have its community. It's like Tekken. Like, if you haven't played a previous Guilty Gear, you're most likely not going to like Guilty Gear. It was the same with Tekken. If you haven't played a Tekken game, you're not going to like Tekken. I mean, you're just not. It's just not the type of game that you could just pick up.
Yeah,
but Dragon Ball FighterZ was.
Yeah, those games come in at a legacy value, so you don't really get a chance to enjoy them because they're already using a previous template per se, as opposed to Dragon Ball, where this is the starting template. Should they seek to duplicate it? That's just mimicking a past template if you happen to be a Marvel's player.
Right. But even still, Dragon Ball FighterZ brought something completely different. Yes, it had the brand of Dragon Ball, but I would say that Dragon Ball FighterZ does not feel like Marvel, despite having a similar format. It doesn't feel like Marvel.
I agree.
And that's what people loved about it, is that it looks like Marvel and it kind of feels like Marvel, but it don't feel like Marvel. It just kind of felt like its own thing. And people gravitated towards that so much. And when the Guilty Gear came out, all they cared about was the rollback.
Bingo.
And it was nice. It was nice. But the lobbies were all full. So bad, in fact, people would rather play in laggy, delay-based netcode than try to wait on these lobbies. Those lobbies were terrible. But again, as time went on and Guilty Gear started cleaning itself up, a lot more people started playing it. Like, a lot more. Heck, so much so that it's actually considered among one of the top 3 now. Like, it's actually considered among the top 3. You got Street Fighter, Tekken, and instead of MK, you got Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear is up there.
That is,
and it came a long way.
I can believe that. That is crazy.
It came a long way. It came a long way. That's for sure.
You're not wrong.
And it was incredible to see that growth from that point to now. And even with Dragon Ball FighterZ still feels like it has a bigger scene than that of MK1. And MK was always, for the longest, a part of the big 3. It was always Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat. It was always those 3. Or Injustice. if Injustice was in there. But that kind of was a part of the Mortal Kombat, so you can count that as one.
Yeah, because it's basically I count that as one because you're looking at the NRS verse in general. Like they had their own lane that was a part of the big three for a leading part of a couple of generations. So it's just an interesting
Really?
turn of pace that this generation it actually is going ahead and just taking a back seat. It's like probably in the top 5 because of the IP having issues in other areas right now, as opposed to Guilty Gear, which it's just an interesting trade-off.
I'll say that Dragon Ball Fighters is the game that brought the most. I mean, at least initially, it started it. It brought anime and fighting game players alike. Like, a lot of people's first fighting game was Dragon Ball Fighters. And they got to see, old heads, new heads, and it brought such a massive scene to the fighting game community. And in my opinion, I think it was the layup that Street Fighter needed, because when Dragon Ball Fighters first came out, it dominated everything. No one cared about Street Fighter V. No one cared about MK11. No one cared about anything except Dragon Ball Fighters. It was not close.
Yeah.
But like I said, Street Fighter 6 got the layup from Dragon Ball Fighters. I don't think Guilty Gear, like I said, had that massive impact until way, 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 way later on into its lifespan, because it didn't have a strong start like Dragon Ball. I don't think most games had this strong of a start, and even such a healthy, community throughout its lifespan, because even today, a lot of people still go back to Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah.
And it's considered an old man's game now. It's considered an old man's game, and people are still playing it. But Street Fighter 6 looked at what made, they hopped on that bandwagon of,
Right.
Of looking back in the past. What did Dragon Ball Fighters do right? What did Mortal Kombat? We can even look at that. What did Mortal Kombat do? What did Tekken do? What did Guilty Gear do? What did they all do for them to be successful? For Dragon Ball Fighters, it made the game accessible. It was easy. It was easy to understand. That was the important thing. It was easy to understand, and everyone was able to pick it up. That's what it did right. Not to mention, it had the most massive IP you could think of at the point in time. Guilty Gear showed just how strong the rollback can be. Rollback was essential. Street Fighter knew this. And then, Tekken and Mortal Kombat and all the other different games, looking at what they all did, and they rose their standards to a new bar. Like, if Dragon Ball Fighters was the golden age, Street Fighter 6 is the platinum age. I mean, for what it is, Dragon Ball Fighters will always be a legendary game. It will always be one of the best fighting games ever, whether you liked it or not.
Yeah,
It was just that popular.
Yeah. Hey, D-Legend, what's going on? Welcome in. It was.
Hello.
It was something really amazing in there. Yeah,
But Street Fighter 6 is the platinum age.
And I can respectfully deal with that.
I'll say that Tekken definitely lived up to its standards. A lot of people are still playing it, especially for a legacy game, like you were saying, a legacy game. I'm surprised that it has more people playing it, I'm surprised it has more people playing it because Tekken is notorious for being a hard game,
It is,
and
and
a lot of
they're
people would
always
like it.
an always expanding game in its difficulty too.
Hmm. What do I mean by Street Fighter got the layup?
Oh, from DBZ.
The
Did
Golden Age came long before it. Yes, I'm just trying to use that as an example. Like
it's a metaphor.
I'm considering it a different age. Like I was saying, if Dragon Ball was the Golden Age, Street Fighter would be in a different age. Like I wouldn't consider them in the same age, if that makes sense. Just because of how drastically different it feels and the standards. Because Dragon Ball Fighters felt like it set a new standard when it came out.
Right.
But then Street Fighter set an even higher standard because it looked at all of the success and the mistakes that Dragon Ball Fighters
And
has
other titles,
made.
yeah, and other titles made, and it was able to come out like literally, and even its preceding title, and improved on everything, and it became the new standard. It became like a new law of the land of gaming.
Right. That's what I meant by layup. Like Dragon Ball Fighters, they weren't ready to give the slam dunk, so they gave the perfect layup to the big dog, which is Street Fighter, because
Yep, one of the big ones.
it was not close. It wasn't even close.
Nah, it was.
Everyone knew that Street Fighter 6 was going to be godlike.
It was, and coming in with everything kicking on all cylinders, it's gonna still stay. As much as it has its own idioms and setbacks and whatnot, it's still going to be at the top for quite a long damn time.
I think Capcom, they mostly looked at what failed in fight. That too, of course.
Yeah.
Of
yeah.
course. But I truly want to believe that they did look at what these other games were doing. I'm not saying that they were going to try to steal anything in terms of mechanic wise, but just, what are they doing? What are they doing differently? What are they doing that is similar? What can we do that is better than them? How can we improve upon what made them successful as well? They changed. I mean, yeah, that's it.
Upgraded the game.
Bro just said, hey, you want to know how they improved? They fired me. I'm kidding, man. Yeah, that's funny.
My goodness.
Just straight up firing the old guys. Bring in the new crew. Oh, man.
See, that goes into state of play. Let's take a look at state of DLC. Tell me, how do you feel about the state of DLC in a lot of the games so far that have shaped a decent landscape? So let's take a look at
It is awful.
okay, all right, cool. Let's build on that. So let's take a look at, for example, Uzuki in Under Night 2, which I have something I can go into with that. Or Vicala that just came out in Grand Blue vs. Rising. Or Present Mike that just came out in My Hero. Or the Chaos Reigns DLC pack of Mortal Kombat 1, which we can also delve into.
So, I can't speak for the previous games that you have spoken of. But I can speak on Mortal Kombat, and I can speak on Street Fighter.
Okay, well,
Hey, I can even speak on I can speak on a little bit of Tekken as well, because I've been hearing a little bit of things about that.
Oh yeah,
Heihachi, and I think Eddie was also a DLC character.
Eddie Gordo and Lydia.
And the I know this is gonna sound weird, but also Naruto Storm Connections, they got DLC as well.
When?
Let's see. They added Kushina. They added, I believe, Momoshiki. No, it was either Momoshiki or like Jigen or something. They added. No, No, it was Boruto. Boruto Shiki. They added him. They added a couple characters. Hagoromo, I think, was a DLC character as well. But yeah. But speaking on, let's start with Mortal Kombat.
All right, now let's delve into this. So what I want to get into with this. Oh, wait, what's up, Naigi?
I just pretty much said, "Ah, shit."
Oh, okay. Now, what I want to get into with this shit. First of all, at face value is the fucking price. This Aftermath pack compared to MK11 shit, this shit is bullshit on why you're getting less for more buck. When you compare the outline of MK11's pack, where you get what? You got Fujin, you got Nightwolf, Sindel, Shang Tsung, and I can't think of the forearm chick. And then here, yeah, thank you. And then here and that was like that was a $49.99 if I remember correctly at the time, or it was $39.99, somewhere around that area, but it wasn't $50. And then here you have, at face value, you have the 6 DLC characters and the 5 assists that are all coming at $49.59.99. Now, if they're trying, and the thing about this is that MK11 was in a better fiscal and social state in the NRS society compared to MK1. MK1 has something to prove when it came out on the market compared to MK11. MK11 is wrapping up an era. MK11 is trying to, MK11 is wrapping up an era. MK1 is trying to continue or restart an era.
Yep.
And you're trying to bring in the newer generation, which is already holding you to the past standard of what MK11 was, that you promised you would build up on, that you desecrated as the game came out, and we're basically buying the game as it's coming out, which was the biggest load of bullshit for Mortal Kombat 1's existence up till what's the dude's name? I can't think of the shape, the what is it? Ermac.
Shang Tsung?
Yeah, up to
Ermac!
Yeah, when we finally had the integration for crossplay, and then we had 3 at that point for Ermac's DLC, was when we were like actually playing Mortal Kombat 1, because they owned up to finally completing at least 3 of the main promises that they had that they failed on MK11. And that's like 4 or 5 months into MK1's lifespan by that point.
So, this is what I gotta say about it. MK1 is already a failed game, in my opinion. It's a failed game. It is a game. It's a game that has to rely on its DLC to stay alive. Like, genuinely. I have not seen a game this vague in quite a while. Like, there is no fixing MK1 because it already has core fundamental problems.
Basically,
one of the biggest problems that they tried to do is restart the timeline again. They tried to restart the timeline again. I'm not going to get too much into it.
I like some of the new storylines that they did in order to try and tidy up a couple of people's origin stories. Others they muddied unnecessarily. I will say, as much as I hate the character, I will say Baraka's was a redeeming, nice point I will give.
Yes, and that is fine. But say, for example, the cameos. Why are some of the cameos even there? Why is Sonya there? Where is she in the story? Why is Jax there? Where is he in the story? Cyrax and Sector.
That's what I'm saying.
We know where they are. They are women now.
They're in there.
And I'm over here just like, wait a minute. Okay, back up. In Kung Lao's ending, you know, his arcade ending, he was
Yeah.
talking about something about training Shujinko, right? A young Shujinko. Where's he at? Because all I see is this old dude. There, where's Shujinko? Why is the old version here, but not the version that's actually in the story? Like, what is
Maybe.
with the cameos? Why are the cameos there if only some of them are actually going to be cameos?
Now you see, this is where I
And
would like to give them credit if the cameos, or if they had like a arcade mode for them, or something with invasions that had to do with the cameos, then that would make sense why they're there. So that way, even if they don't have minor or major roles in the story, they're still important to the game experience, besides being a cameo and being a purposeful background character.
and the other thing, like, I'm glad you point that out because then you have, you know, legacy characters like Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and then you got Sector and Cyrax. Who is the cameo Sub-Zero? Who is he?
Exactly.
Like, is that Bihan? Is that Kuai Liang? Who is he? What about Scorpion? Is that Hanzo? Is that also Kuai Liang? Is that Takeda? I don't freaking know.
Yeah, like these are all characters that are referenced in the past cycle or cycles of Mortal Kombat, but not the current cycle.
And then you got characters that we haven't seen in forever, but only cameos. You got Motaro. You got Serena. Oh, but we're allowed to play Ashura, but we're not allowed to play Serena?
Make it
Why?
make sense.
But again, my biggest problem is Sector and Cyrax. Now, I do not hate the story that they were trying to give them. You know, to make it a lot more clear on who these characters actually are and their roles in the
In this,
Shirai Ryu
right?
and in the Lin Kuei.
Yeah, because they
I
weren't that
like
far from the
how
original
they worded
versions.
that. I like how they did that. I like that they tried to put more emphasis on just how much they don't actually like each other and just how different they are. I like that. What I don't like is that you took pre-existing characters that are already in the game. They're already in the game. They got models and voice lines.
Yeah, they're already existing. They could have just did that and then just literally had a swap, but they did the other swap.
I'm over here trying to figure out why wouldn't they just make a new character? See, my whole thing is if you want to have a female character that's actually engaging, then just make a new female character. Because people like Cyrax and Sector for who they are. They like that they are men. It makes sense. But now that they're both women, it just feels weird. And now you put an even weirder relationship with Sector and Sub-Zero. Like, what?
Oh
Sub-Zero
yeah.
Sub-Zero has freaking Serena. So if Sub-Zero is not with Serena, then why is Serena there? Why is she there?
Different
The thing-
timeline
The
relevant.
thing is, with NetherRealm in general is that they try so hard to appeal to a certain audience. On paper, it it seriously sounds like a good concept, but how just but however in practice though they pretty much like missed the mark on everything. They missed the mark.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, NetherRealm, no, like, even if that they try so hard to appeal to a certain audience, they just try nonstop to just appeal to everyone and just outright give just give them what they want. In Mortal Kombat 9, they pretty much want to appeal to fan service. In Mortal Kombat 10, they want to give pretty much like the new generation. In 11, they just want to bring out like the past versus present. and now in Mortal Kombat 1, they just want to just erase everything, just give every character a brand new like backstory, which it didn't even work, like literally at all. As much as I want to give NetherRealm credit, but there's a lot of things that just did not work. Like the Link Wave, like literally before an example. Why in the caucasity would you literally have Sub-Zero and Scorpion just literally Bi-Han and Kuai Liang? First of all, why in the hell is Kuai Liang Scorpion in the first place? Because number one, because the Scorpion that we all know is literally Hanzo. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And Sub-Zero is literally just both Bi-Han and Kuai Liang, just nonstop. The mistake number 2 is just
they released the game. That's mistake number 2.
Number 2 is literally the Anarchy reigns. Well, Chaos reigns. I don't know. The Chaos reigns.
No, you had it right. That's where we're at now.
Anarchy reigns.
I tried. The number 2 is literally Chaos reigns. They literally had a golden opportunity to literally just literally redeem Bi-Han, and they just did not, and they just missed the mark.
They doubled down, actually. they doubled down, made them much worse.
They seriously made them much worse than the story. I'm just like, yo, what the hell? Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, because they wrote his story out nicely, and then he kind of defected too early for me.
They seriously did. And don't get me started on goddamn Takeda. Don't get me started with him, because they literally changed his entire backstory. From him being part of the entire Special Forces to being cousin of Kenshi? What?
Is that what it was in his arcade?
I'm being serious. He's Kenshi's cousin now, which literally makes 0 sense.
Interesting.
What NetherRealm should have done is pretty much pull a page out of Fire Emblem's book and seriously have Takeda be Kenshi's son from the fucking future, and literally make sure that.
So you want to become?
No, it literally makes sense when you think about it. In Mortal Kombat 11, they did do that with Cassidy.
Honestly, what they really should have done, at least in my opinion, is they needed to stay grounded, because they completely lost me when they started adding all the infinite multiple timeline thing again. I'm like, bro, stop with the timelines. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
That's
like, I was expecting a genuine story where I can actually care about the characters, but what's the point if like every single character possible is now just a keeper of time? Like, bro, every single one. So there's a Lee May keeper of time that's both good and bad, but also somewhat crazy. But like, bro, I don't care. I don't care. I care more about the realms. I care about Earthrealm. I care about Outworld. I care about the Chaos Realm. If you're gonna have Chaos Reign, give us the actual realm, not a whole other freaking reality. Like, bro, Our Havoc has nothing to do with it now. Our Havoc has nothing to do with this. Havoc is irrelevant.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
our canonical rap. Oh my god, our canonical Havoc is irrelevant to the Chaos Reigns storyline. Let that sink in.
Yeah, think about
our
that.
Havoc has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, think about that, because that means everybody, because like they said, if they wanted to be canonically accurate, everybody of the original timeline was made a Titan in thesis of Kronika's defeat. But how can he be a Titan version of himself if he didn't exist in at least relevant to MK11. What he was in like MK games way back. So it's just they drop him in out of nowhere, which makes it just a misnomer in the storytelling on purpose to sell the DLC as the next story plot, which is why they ended him at the end of the actual campaign. Which okay, I guess that's fine, but it's still gonna be shit. It's just gonna look good doing it.
Remember what Raiden said back in Mortal Kombat 11? It's way early. It's way early in the game where like the past, where the past and the present literally encounter each other.
Yeah.
That pretty much answers like a lot of questions on how Havoc even existed.
Wait. Explain.
So it's been a while since I ever like.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, I didn't want to put pressure on you all the way, but no, I was just curious.
No.
Because he wasn't in that game, or unless it was referenced in the crypt. Like if he's referenced in the crypt, then okay, that's probably I'll give it an A for effort on the loophole. Because everything impossible is somewhere down in that crypt that references somebody before they died.
Because NetherRealm, to its credit, likes to exploit loopholes.
There it is, chat.
They tend to catch people off guard. That's what happened.
I don't know what I was thinking, expecting a genuine story.
We all did.
Because the Mortal Kombat 1 story is just lackluster.
It really is. I mean, I'm sick of the whole multiverses thing. Like, if they wanted to introduce an alternate universe where it was just Shang Tsung's universe, okay, maybe we can do that. Because, that's one other universe, and we can know, okay, so there's our versions, and then there's his versions. And it would just be that. It would just be those two. But even before introducing, like, this is how I feel like it should have been planned. Just me personally, right? Just hear me out.
Okay.
I feel like the story of Mortal Kombat should have expanded across all of the realms, all of the available realms, helping us, the audience, understand why these realms are there in the first place. Why are they there? Because Liu Kang, right? Liu Kang has the power to do everything, right? I mean, he was literally God. He had the power to do everything. He also had the power to give us a simpler story. And if he wanted to make these other realms, okay, cool. He made the other realms. But why? Why are they there? Why are they relevant? Why do they matter in the grand scheme of things? How do they connect with each other? How do we interact with them? Who is the main character and who's going to go, to these different realms and for what purpose? That's what I want to know, because when they started talking about all these different realms, like the demon realm and order, the order world or the chaos world,
yeah,
I wanted to know more about them.
Like those were the divinity worlds where basically the Titans and all them, were like what Chronica and her daughter were from the end of the last game, basically where we went to, like realms like
but
that.
That's the thing. They never specified that.
They didn't.
They never specified that. For all we knew, they were above the realms. Oh, praise the elder gods. Okay, where are they at? Are they in another realm, or are they just looking over all of the realms? Well, clearly they have to be looking over all the realms, because they have control over everything. I mean, all of time and space. They control everything. So if that were the case, then they live in a realm that cannot be accessed. And if that's also the case, then let us know who the other elder gods are. Because we only met a couple elder gods, which is Cetrion and her brother. We don't know any other elder god, ever. They're just there. So what? These are the gods that Raiden has been praying to forever? This is our king. This is your king. And I wanted a simpler story. I wanted a simpler story where we still have the familiar faces. Sure, you could do a nice, unique twist on it. That's cool. Make, Scorpion and Sub-Zero brothers. Okay, cool. Fine, I guess. And, maybe some of the characters aren't going to be there. You said that this is an origin story, right? Origin story. So none of the newer characters like Cassie Cage and Tangerine should even be there. But, oh, Lord and behold, they are there. So, I don't know what it's supposed to be. I don't know what they were supposed to do.
That's what I'm still trying to figure out with the cameo system. Because Cassie Cage was in the military back in the early days of Mortal Kombat. She was in the special forces for Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And
she was
also
she was the leader of that group, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the leader of that group. And, I mean, you had all these different characters. If you wanted a simple story, then make the simple story. You wanted to bring back all these unique characters, sure, that's fine. But make a simpler story. Make a story that we can understand. Because they had me, and then they lost me.
No, Half-Mind, I'm kind of reading chat. I'm trying to see if I can follow along. My tab is moving at a very delayed pace, but I am following chat somewhat.
No, do not make them brothers.
I mean, I like that change, but I had a feeling that was going to be the next cycle because the previous cycle was was the first Sub-Zero dying early on, and then the next Sub-Zero was the first one's brother, and then
Yeah, so B was the original Sub-Zero, then his brother
was just Scorpion the whole time up until the end of MK11 when the twist of fate happened.
Kuai Liang was never a Scorpion.
No. Kuai Liang wasn't Scorpion. Kuai Liang was
still Sub-Zero.
Yeah,
so look, Iacon was the original Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
And then Sub-Zero killed Hanzo. Hanzo came back to life, became Scorpion, and killed Bihan. And then Bihan came back to life as Noob Saibot.
Right.
But Hanzo, still Scorpion, had anger towards the Lin Kuei because of what Kuai Liang, the new Sub-Zero, what his brother has allegedly done. But in actuality, it was Quan Chi who destroyed that clan, and Hanzo was like, nah, I'm gonna kill him. But first, let me actually, be friends and make amends. That's why in MKX, they actually made up with each other. In MK11, that's why they helped each other in the first place. Because they already made up in MKX. Right. Because Scorpion doesn't actually have beef with Kuai Liang, specifically.
Right, it's just with
he has no beef with him whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just
you ever follow the plot and still get lost? Bro, that's literally MK.
That is literally Mortal Kombat, because I came in on MKX and then I had to actually backtrack using YouTube like a whole other lifetime ago, and then cover ground going into MK11, and then
MK don't belong to season. Oh man. Oh, you know what? There was this YouTuber that I was watching. I forgot his name. Cynical. I think that was his name. Cynical. He sounded a lot like Phantom Rook. He was talking about the power system of MK11 and why it works the way that it does. Because a lot of people were asking, if all these characters have all this type of power, then they should never lose in a fight, right? Well,
in theory, yeah.
This is what he was trying to say. The characters that were considered gods, gods, were still just normal human beings. They just had an immense amount of time on their side, which gave them more practice and more time to understand their abilities and powers. This is why someone like Katana is way more efficient at her abilities than someone like Kung Lao. They both have like wind powers, but Kung Lao, his wind powers are very limited. You know, he has very, very specific moves that are wind powered. But then you have someone like Katana, who has everything wind related. Like her abilities is all wind because she had so much time to practice these abilities. But it didn't necessarily make her like, you know, immensely stronger. It just made her more talented. You know, same with like Sindel, you know, and her abilities. Melina and her abilities, because you know they were all much, much, much older, and this applied to the gods. This applied to the elder gods. This applied to all of them, because of how their certain powers worked. Let's take Johnny Cage. Let's take Johnny Cage for example. His ability was known as Shadow, which is, you know, the shadow kicks and the you know, the little clones that he would make. Those essentially had the ability to create solid matter or to etherealize your material body. So it's either hardening or like softening, right? That was like shadow powers. Someone like Johnny Cage, you know, he had very basic shadow powers. You know, he had the shadow kick, he had the stunt double that can do very specific moves. But then you had someone like Jade, who not only had the shadow kick, but she also had other shadow-like abilities, like the ability to pass through certain attacks. You know, displaying her extreme talent for that specific element. But then you had Noob Saibot, who is the pinnacle of shadow powers because of his, you know, nether realm like nature. Same with Scorpion. That's why his fire was like, you know, insanely busted because of that like nether realm like power. He had the ability to learn and craft and utilize those really strong fire abilities or shadow abilities, displaying the different skills. Yet, even all of those skills and power, they were never stronger than your average person. They were always able to be defeated. This is why someone like Liu Kang, despite having all this power, keeper of time, someone like Geras, you know, literally can stop time, can still be defeated by just normal people with guns. Like, this is why they can all still get beaten, because their, you know, sense of the word God doesn't necessarily mean, you know, superhuman strength like you would normally think. And
logic can kind of apply here, whereas like you have like Roman gods where they're not exactly like immortals, but they're just they have like a lot of endurance, or they just are born with gifts, and these gifts make them divine.
yes, they are just human beings with lots of time on their hand. I mean, that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
They are just normal human beings that have a lot of time to practice. And that's what, you know, this YouTuber, I mean, of course, this isn't exactly the lore, but it makes a lot of sense how he put it. Because, I mean, a lot of people were asking, why is Raiden losing in a fight against anyone? He's a god. No reason he should be losing in a fight. Well, that's why. Because he's still just a human being. He just has a lot of time to practice his lightning powers. That's why Raiden, because, you know, he's so old, was so proficient in lightning, and his brother Fujin was so proficient in wind because of their age. They are much older than most of the cast. So they had a lot of time to perfect their abilities and to understand how to fight like they do. This is why they were like really strong practitioners at their specific abilities, but they could still get, jumped by normal foot soldiers.
Yeah.
Garrett's animation is broken. Right, you are not wrong.
Looks like he's missing half his joints with that stiff ass movement. Yeah. I mean, at least they cleaned it up somewhat in MK1. Doesn't look as deadpan with his movement.
No, I think that's what he was referring to.
Oh, wait.
Garrett
Are you
is
talking about 11 or 1.5 mine?
Garrett is so slow in MK1.
He is. But he can tell. He can kind
In
of
MK11, he was a beast. In MK11, he was an absolute beast. Yeah, no, they neutered him. They neutered him good.
They took him out the meta. Like he's not. Like, no. He's not
They neutered him. But yeah, no. So to get back on the topic of the state of DLC, MK1, their DLC, they are relying on their DLC to keep their game alive because their game is already fundamentally broken.
And flawed.
Like it's fundamentally flawed. There is no saving it other than you just got to start from scratch again because it's already failed. It already failed because let's take the DLC out of the equation just for a second. And let's talk about everything you can do in MK1. You can play the story mode, go into practice mode, maybe even do the tutorial, some combo nails.
Or invasions.
You can play online and invasions. And that's it. There's no, lobby. There's no lobby in MK11 or MK1, excuse me. There's no crypt. There's no crypt at all. You just have the shrine where you just dump coins, do this very long animation, and then maybe we'll get something.
Yeah.
The customization. Oh my god, the customization is awful.
Customization
Because you can
like MK11 is actually peak as fuck, and that's a weird thing to say when it comes to
still no
customization.
lobbies? Yeah, no, there's no lobbies.
No, there's no lobbies yet.
You know how in Street Fighter or even in Guilty Gear or even in Dragon Ball Fighters or even in most fighting games,
Or in
you can make you can make your little characters and you can walk around and go to all these different options and stuff and have like little ring map. No, you can't do that. No, nothing like that.
Nah.
Nothing like that. No, you go in there, you sit and you wait. And that's the other thing. You can't even go into training mode while you wait for a rank match. You just have to sit there and wait. You sit there and wait.
I hate that
patiently.
shit so much. Like, hell, at least when I'm trying to sit here and suffer on Granblue, I can be in the lab in peace. Or in Fighters, or in Strive.
Let's say, you could do King of the Hill. They've always had a King of the Hill. You can do King of the Hill.
Yeah,
but there's another online feature. There's another online feature that's not actually there yet. It's called Warrior Shrine. It's an online thing. No one knows what the heck it is. And that's the other thing. The freaking platinum. The platinum trophy was actually impossible to get in the first couple of months.
It still feels like it's possible.
No, you can get it now. It is possible now, but no one knew what the heck a Titan battle was. Because that was the last trophy that everyone needed to get the platinum. Nobody knew what a Titan battle was. No one knew when it was coming. There was nothing. There was absolutely nothing.
The hell is a Titan battle?
Sounds
like some invasion shit. Or
it was in Invasions.
Oh my fuck.
It was in Invasions. Also, that's another thing. Invasions. It's boring. That's the only thing you can, besides the
It is.
towers.
Which
Towers,
it took them a whole ass year before they finally just brought back the towers of time. That shit should have been in the game as the alternative PvE, and they would have been fucking fine.
and that's the other thing. There are different towers, depending on what you do. So like,
That's fine. Yeah.
you have the story mode towers, right? Which you just get from the main menu,
Right.
which is like your arcade
bases.
endings.
Yeah. Story mode.
And then you have
your time trial thing.
you have the invasion towers, where you have to specifically go into invasion mode. You have to play a little bit of invasions to even access that little main island for the towers. You can't even access that island until you have to play invasions mode in order to access the towers that you want to access. And it's not worth doing either because it's all based on level. So if you're like level 4 and you're out here trying to do the towers, good luck. You're going to die.
Yeah,
So that means you have to complete invasions. You have to complete invasions all the way through just so you can level up to level 30, just so you can stand a chance in the other towers, because there are certain towers that aren't available to you unless you're level 30.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, it's fun at first, and then it becomes more noticeably flawed the more you play it.
And that's just all fun. I haven't even gotten to the DLC. I haven't even gotten to the DLC. That's everything you can do. You can play the story mode. You can play invasions. If you want, you can do the towers, I guess. But
Yeah.
that's just a one-time thing. And then you can play online.
Yeah.
Sure, you can customize one piece of your man.
The color palette system for customizing is the laziest shit that you could do in that video game. Like, you can have some skins you can buy, sure, in order to put them on, but why go the extra mile when they could have just been in the game? I will give them some credit that there are some freebie skins that they just occasionally just toss at you, and all you have to do is sign in and get them. Yes, thank you, but why are you just tossing them out there? Why can these not just be things that you can grind for as valid rewards?
I don't know.
It's like I'm sitting here working myself like a dog, and you're throwing me a random bone.
Oh, and you also got dragon crystals. And the thing with the dragon crystals,
I hate that damn pay-to-win system with that dragon crystal bullshit.
so there are a couple ways to get dragon crystals. You can level up those characters, like I was saying before. You can level up their characters.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, there's invasion level, and then there's your character level. 2 different levels, by the way.
Yeah, 2 different things, guys.
Oh, and then you have your profile level, which is another thing. Now, your profile level never changes. Same with character. They don't change. Like, once you max out a character, you're maxed out. You got it. You got all the things that you'll get from that character. They don't get any higher. Every character, aside from the DLC characters, goes to 30. All the DLC go to 20. Oh, and you know how there's like seasonal stuff that you get from like the invasion? You get like the different colors. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get a costume when you get like certain currency from the thing. Well, DLC characters don't get anything. Like nothing. They don't get no colors from the season. They don't get no costumes. They don't get no alternate costumes. They just get the colors that you get from leveling up the character. Also, you have to unlock brutalities. You have to unlock brutalities. You have to unlock fatalities. So you're going through all this different stuff, but it's just cosmetics. It's all purely cosmetic. So you level up your character. That takes ages, by the way, to level up your character to level 30. Oh, don't even get me started on trying to level up the cameos. Oh my gosh, that was a nightmare trophy to get. It said that you had to rank up, max out 5 different cameos to, I believe it's like level 15. I
Yeah,
think that's what it was.
yeah, I hate that
They
shit so
level up
much.
significantly slower
Than
than that
the main
of the
the main
character.
character. Yeah.
Just to put in perspective on just how slow it actually was, this was me actively grinding levels. I was trying to level up. Again, they both started at 0. I had Sub-Zero and I had Sub-Zero as the cameo. By the time the second Sub-Zero, the cameo version of Sub-Zero, got to level 15, I had maxed out 4 main roster characters back to back to back using the same cameo. And keep in mind, the main roster characters goes to level 30. So I was able to get to level 30 4 times before I can get to level 15 one time. Let that sink in for a sec. That took like an entire work day. Like that was like a 9 to 5. That was a whole 9 to 5.
Like chat, when we say that they make you work for that level up, like we shit you not, they really make you work like an actual job just to level up the character and or a cameo, especially the cameo you want to have. Or if you want to have options, you have to actually sit there and grind these things.
You want colors? Oh, and here's the fantastic part about it.
Oh, I know where you're going with this. Go.
If you lose, you don't get anything. No level up, no level at all. You don't get any progress.
Yeah, you actually have to just sit and do that shit again.
You have to actually win the match. So, and that applies to online as well. So if you lose online, you're not making any progress.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the same for your profile. I don't know if your profile levels up if you lose.
Slightly.
But you don't get anything. There's nothing.
You're right
And
back. I got you, legend.
that's what you do in the base game. So once you beat the story mode, and once you essentially and inevitably complete the towers, you know, the character whatchamacallits, endings, the arcade endings, you'll play Invasions mode. That'll be the most of your time. And then when you beat that season of Invasions mode, sure, you could try to play the bullcrap that is the towers that are randomized, by the way, you know, completely random. The worst one by far was the Scorpion one, where it was the towers were all like fire based.
Yeah.
And they had like all these different mechanics.
It's just a bit much to get for the mouse to get the cheese, don't you think?
Just a little bit. And then you play online, which there's only 2 modes. Well, excuse me, 3 modes. There's casual match, there's ranked match, and there's King of the Hill. That's it. That's all you do online. And that's the entire game. Oh, sure, you can do Shrine if you want to sit there for hours just looking at stuff. With an animation that you can't skip, by the way. Can't skip it. Can't speed it up. Nothing at all.
Little things, like, you know, small little things could help. Yeah, but that's basically.
And then there's the DLC.
So now we get into the DLC stuff. So let's start with. Well, we were going into pack 2 because Chaos Reigns is pack 2 technically. So we can go ahead and start with pack 1.
So pack 1, we got.
Omni.
Oh snap! We got Shang Tsung. I forgot you have to unlock him. You have to unlock him.
Oh yeah, the first actual DLC character of the game that you actually have to buy, or if you pre-ordered the game, you get him for quote unquote free.
Oh, you know, I keep forgetting this too. You have to play the story mode in order to unlock certain cameos as well.
Oh yeah, the hidden cameo system, and then you got to level up in order to unlock the other main 3 that are hidden away as you level up to 15, 30, and 45, respectively.
Yep. See, I forgot about that. You don't get all the characters. So let's say you didn't even want to play story mode. Well, you're not playing a certain cameos. Good luck. Oh well.
Good luck there. Yeah.
Oh well.
That's the thing. They put everything behind engagement. So you have to engage the game. The more you engage the game, the more you get out of it, despite how boring it is to engage the game after a while.
Mm-hmm. So DLC. We had Omni-Man, Homelander, not in that order, but we had Omni-Man, Homelander.
We had Omni-Man,
We had Takeda, Quan Chi, yeah,
Peacemaker,
Peacemaker, and Ermac.
Yeah, and Ermac.
Yeah, and Ermac.
Ermac was the halfway point on the DLC. Takeda was the end game. He
was the end. Wait, was he? Yeah, he was. I was thinking of Homelander. Yeah, no, he was.
No, you're right, Chet. No, because what got me is that you can look at it as two Superman clones in a way, but they're focusing on two different aspects of what the Supes did in Injustice. Like Omni-Man is more or less a Superman clone. Homelander is like a slightly
straight up
Supergirl clone.
Like Homelander is playing Injustice.
Pretty much.
He is playing Injustice. While everyone else is playing MK.
Yeah.
But let's not forget about the cameos too. Let's not forget about them. Because we had Tremor, we had Chameleon, we had Cassie, we had Janet Cage. We had Farrah.
I think her name. Yeah, Farrah.
We had Farrah.
And we had
Movado. So they were the DLC. And keep in mind, they weren't announced. We did not know until we saw them. Like, we knew who the main roster was going to be, but we didn't know anything about the cameo until they came out.
Exactly. And I guarantee you that's exactly how they're going to play that with the new characters coming out for Chaos Reign. So it could still be a toss-up on the who's who that's going to get in the game.
So,
and that's another small issue with Chameleon. That's like a sub note to understand about, like, that affected the meta. That's also a bad thing. Is because that's by playing by their rules of the cameo system in order to create a purposeful ambushing effect. Chameleon sets the standard for how all the cameos in the game should be for all of them to be viable.
So why do you think people love Cyrax so much? You could call him at any time. You weren't restricted in any way, shape, or form.
No.
And he did his job. I mean, people called him busted, but that's kind of how cameos are supposed to work. I mean, that's literally how assists work.
That is.
Like, imagine in Dragon Ball Fighters, you had to stay on the ground. You had to do a pose just for your assist to come out and do its thing. So you couldn't jump in the air. You couldn't call your assist anytime you want. Every time you were in the air, your assists were locked. Every time you were in an animation, you had to make sure that animation cancels into an assist. So, like, if you did a special move, because you couldn't do a special move and then the cameo assist. It had to be a normal into a special assist or into a cameo.
Yeah.
And also, you could not press the cameo button at the same time as you pressing any other button ever. Not a single time. Because if you tried to press the cameo button, while you press the attack button, your attack button has priority, and your cameo will not come out at all. It will not come out, and that includes ambush assist as well. So if you're pressing a button, for example, you're just pressing your string, and you press your string button at the same time as your cameo will not come out. Which means you have to purposely leave a gap for your cameo to come out. Your ambush cameo, by the way. There was a combo trial that was so unbelievably annoying because of how this mechanic was. You had to do, I believe it was Takeda. You had Sector as your cameo. And you had to set up his rocket. So you had to hit the opponent. And while you're hitting the opponent, you have to purposely leave a gap, press the cameo button, and then continue the string in that tight window. Because if you pressed it too early or too late, then it messed up the whole combo. Period. It was too much. Like, y'all thought that Street Fighter combos were hard? This was just unnecessary. Just straight up unnecessary. I don't think y'all understand just how grueling that is. I don't think you'll understand how annoying that is. But yeah, that's the cameos in a nutshell. You know, you got the DLC.
So
They
you have. I'm gonna say this right now. You have not seen hard combos unless you have ever played called Blaze Blue Central Fiction.
I have. I've also done KOF trials.
Or even goddamn Under Night.
I've done those too, and those are hard. They are hard.
Oh yeah, Under Night be having some insanely stupid ass hard combos.
You see, what people don't know is that Under Night may be a simple game, but do not let those simple things fool you. It's harder than you think.
Simple and easy at face value, and then once you're actually playing it, buckle up, buddy.
Buckle up.
If you have ever entered or even watched any Under Night or Central Fiction tournament, you'll notice.
But here's the thing, though. A lot of those combos that they show in the combo trials is just that, a combo trial. They're not things that most pro players are going to want to try to do consistently because of how long the combos are. They would want something that they can do consistently that isn't so much execution that they feel like they're going to drop.
Yeah, it's not
Right.
execution heavy, but it can still deliver just as much
Right.
damage as if you were doing it in that optimal sense.
That's what I mean. They're just trying to be optimal. They're not trying to be stylish. They can be. Don't get me wrong. They can be. But it's the same thing with Street Fighter. Street Fighter, like, people in Street Fighter, they do not do complicated combos at all.
Oh, they do. You'd be very much surprised.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They really don't.
Six is a combo E game, but Street Fighter itself isn't really designed to be a combo game. It just happens to have combos there in 6.
Okay, look at Tekken. Tekken, you got 800 different possible buttons on a single character.
I'm always surprised
They do
by what
very
just happens
simple combos.
I'm always surprised by what just happens to work in a combo on that game. Because everything looks like it's gonna drop, and then it's like, oh, it doesn't drop.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, they do bread and butter combos. Every single game has bread and butter combos that are simple enough to execute without having to do the extreme heavy execution. Because if your bread and butter is a 15-page long combo, that's not a bread and butter. I'm sorry, but that's not a bread and butter.
That's a whole sandwich, buddy.
Like, that's just like, look at Dragon Ball Fighters too. You know, there's bread and butter combos, there's optimal combos, and then there's stylish combos. There are combos that are hard in Dragon Ball Fighters. I know, crazy, right? But that is an actual thing that exists in that game. People will never do it because it is not necessary. And that's the same thing.
Technically, yes, in like a current pass, then yes.
I mean, there combos have never been easier in Dragon Ball Fighters nowadays.
Yeah,
They've actually just gotten easier.
pretty much. They gotten more pretty too. I'll give them that.
But what were you saying? Under Night and Under Night.
Yeah, Under Night is the DLC right now is Izuki. So let's move into Under Night real quick, and we can take a look at that. Because
Well,
Under Night has 3
you got
DLC
that.
characters that they released for their past. They got 3 that are spread out with a time interval between all 3 of them. I'll leave that there before we delve into that.
You would have to talk to Lucky about that. I don't keep up with it. I don't keep look, I only did the combo trials.
I do keep up
I couldn't
with it.
even tell you a single.
I do keep up
I
with
couldn't
it.
even tell you a single character's name.
I co-hosted with him. I do know about Under Night.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna ask me anything about it, I'm gonna look at you like SpongeBob drooling. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. Okay, well, let me go into this real quick while we're doing that. All right, I'll delve into this. So, when the past
Also-
first came, yes.
One more thing. I'm sorry to interrupt, and I'm sorry, but I have to say it now because like it's like on my brain and it's like killing me. Lucky, you sound like one of my brother's friends. Like, you sound exactly like one of my brother's friends, and it's killing me. I don't know what it is, but you sound just like him. Like, my brother, he went to this place called Job Corps, and he had a whole bunch of friends.
Oh yeah.
And you sound just like one of his friends. It is actually scary.
When is it never scary?
It's
You're already
crazy. It's kind of spooky. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, you good? All right, so for Under Night. So it's this it's a very niche game, just like the Melty Blood. Same people that also made the Blood of the Melty. So they got this DLC pass that came with this dumbass game, right? Each character, and there's only 3 characters on the DLC pass.
You almost made me spit out my water.
It is like the way they do the not the coding on the game, but the way they do the patchwork on that game is so beautifully half-assed. I gotta give it respect for that. It could just be better.
Dang, not the beautifully.
Yeah, because they originally came out in February of this year. This is before I stopped doing the TL work for a little bit. It originally came out in February. Then between February, fast forward 5.5, almost 6 months later, is when the first DLC character on the Battle Pass comes out. That was announced before the Battle Pass was announced before the game's official release. It was that same week earlier, February, and then the first of the 3 DLC characters comes out 5.5 months later with the first official patch note of the video game. That's what pissed me off the most with that. It's because, like, I get it's a small company and whatnot, but come the hell on. Melty Blood didn't even wait that fucking long in order to have a damn update to it, in order to help change the game or update here, do little patchworks here and there, probably change up the meta in the sandbox and shit. Like, that game was insufferable to where it was damn near dead 2 weeks after it got there as the newest Under Night installment, because of such a lack of attention to maintenance and detail to the video game's structure between the tug of war system with the grid and the percentage output of defense versus offense. When it reaches too far one way or the other, it's actually too much where it literally just creates a whole bowling ball effect. And then there was there was easily like your 5, maybe 6 characters that were literally just running the meta. Debatable PlayStation, debatably your 2 or 3. And then PC, they found a way to kind of hack the problem. Not hack the problem, but they took a whack at the problem and was able to basically break down the meta. And now there's a whole other. It's the same characters, but in a different order compared to what they actually are tier-wise. If you actually go to play them and how simple they are and how much damage they just randomly drop because tees. And then 6 months later, basically, then this chick comes out for Uzaki, which was the first DLC character that revitalized the video game. And I wrote the longest tweet to the company at that time because I was just disappointed as fuck. Because for one, yes, she's a good character. It's a nice RPG-ish character that kind of reminds me of like a female Faust from Guilty Gear that's in the game, Boneyard Girl. But why did it take half a year for the first DLC character to come out and half a year for the first patch note on the game to come out? The patch note should have been there should have been at least 2 or 3 patch notes on that game by the point the first DLC character comes out if you're trying to spread it out that far. Like I get that the coding in order to build a new character from the ground up, you literally have to like restructure the motherboard on the game and the files in order to create a whole new sprite and series of sprites, PNGs for the character art itself for her. A whole new sprite just for her in the game that's going to do all the same things and animations like all the other characters. I get that it takes a while to do that. But in the middle of that waiting time, there needs to be more patchwork and updates to the game in order to have structural balance and engagement to the product. It just got here, and then it just died 2.5 weeks later. What the hell are you doing? Because as soon as it got here, Melty Blood died, and then this game half died, and then Melty Blood became alive again. We got tired of the same characters, and we do that rinse and repeat like every game does when it takes a while for that meta to shift, because that character is usually kind of reigning. Then in the next 6 months or whatnot is going to be the next DLC character and the next DLC patch with it, and I am just not satisfied with that whole structural timetable for the DLC release to that video game. It should be, if it's going to be that spread out in order to do that type of coding for the video game without it causing structural damage or lag to the video game and all that stuff that didn't happen naturally, there should be at least more maintenance work in between hand. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say on it.
Like I agree.
My boss is like really like hosting for that game. I hate hosting that damn game.
What, Melty Blood?
No, I love Melty Blood. No, I hate Under Night. It's good. It's just that the balancing layout is just trash. It needs to be more consistent and more involved. And if it does that, the community will be a lot more involved instead of spread out.
You have to literally remember 2 things. Number 1, Under Night is an anime fighting game.
Correct, and it's gonna have a lower IP because it's not really a popular title, despite having a small legacy to it, but it's still a small legacy.
But it does actually have a core fan base.
It does.
And the second thing is balancing and anime fighting games do not mix. They really don't.
Touche.
I mean,
because no matter how many times that people want the whole game to be balanced, it's not going to work.
I think for the anime fighting communities, the best that you can do to really balance things out is to make sure that the majority of characters, because it's never going to be all of them per se, make sure that the majority of the characters, or most, can have a decent amount of playtime to them, or have a little bit of nonsense to them that helps along their matchup checks. That way, it just
Plus, like,
kind of stops
not to mention is that
counterpicking, or characters that can just easily be counterpicked or figured out.
rollback can't even like save an anime fighting game altogether either, because many people would literally look at rollback as like a type of netcode that people literally want. But however, though, what people don't know is that rollback netcode is literally a secret patch.
Right.
Can
Yeah, D Legend. Yeah, we were talking about Under Night.
do two things. The one side of the coin is that rollback can basically benefit the character altogether, and they can pretty much do things that they couldn't even do in based on the entire like delay base. The other hand, rollback can basically like gut the character altogether, rendering them
Yeah.
like literally useless.
Rare as that is, but yeah. Because being able to move and crispy net and all that stuff, it can eliminate the layer of the BS that they had that you can kind of abuse in frames.
Well, that shouldn't be a thing in the first place.
Because even if then you
True.
put rollback into Rev 2, BB Tag, or even goddamn Central Fiction, it's still it's they're not safe. They are not safe from being one of the most balanced games of all time when it comes when it comes to the anime fighting game scene.
Yeah.
I would say like this may be a hot topic, but it may be a hot take. But I would say the closest we have ever gotten from a balanced fighting game when it comes to like rollback wise would literally say like between Rev 2 and as well as Persona 4 Arena Ultimate. Those pretty much
I'll give you that.
those are pretty much like the closest games.
Yeah.
Other than that, no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Yeah, because those ended up being, like, at the end of their general lifespans, those ended up being damn near ideal for, like, their own standard for the anime verse. Alright, so let's see. Chaos Reigns, Izuki, and then, oh yeah, Vicula. Alright, so Clementine, how well are you versed with, Grand Blue Fantasy verses?
Negative 14.
Negative 14 on block.
Okay,
You're gonna laugh like them too. That's
alright,
crazy.
long story short, there is a brain. Okay, newest installment of Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. This game is actually godlike. Like, oh my god, this game is godlike. So, it came in with rollback. It came in with crossplay. It came in with cross save. There's a lot of characters from the old game. A couple characters that are new for this game. They revamped a lot of the maps, some of the old game, and then a few ones that are here in the new game. Story mode is good. Replay value is good. Online is crisp and clean. Has replayability value. There's a PvE mode called Grand Brews that you can go ahead and play. So even if you don't want to really play online or play the fighting aspect, you can play the mini game aspect. It is like crack. It is really good. The labbing is really good and in depth. You can actually take a look at frames and startups and all that shit. They actually tell you this by having a color coding system that you can turn on to identify a lot of these things, along with reading the frames. And then we get into the DLCs. So the DLCs for this one were actually fairly spread out, and a decent balance patch came with all of them so far. Debatably, the one around the time of the mid DLC character. Let me start from the beginning. So the first DLC character was Lucilius. Then there was 2B. She was the first guest character in Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. If you played Near Automata,
Or Soul Calibur.
yeah, or Soul or Brain or Soul Calibur. And then there was Vayne. There was Vayne. Then there was Beatrix. Then what's the Jungle Girl? Versusia. And then the mouse waifu that just came out, Lycala.
Mouse waifu?
Let me pull up a picture. Hang on, stream.
I don't know if I want to see that personally. I just got.
You're fine. This one. Yeah, she just got here. She's the closing DLC character on the season 1 battle pass, season 1 pass for Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. This one, the mouse waifu. The one that basically is inspiring a lot of damn VTubers right now.
I see.
That is pretty much why the reason Tom and Jerry exists.
Ooh.
Tom and Jerry. Yep.
Oh. What the hell? Oh, never mind.
She existed before Tom and Jerry?
No.
Then how?
No, Tom and Jerry exist because of her debate. Well,
I'm so confused now.
She exists because of Tom and Jerry. That's what we're saying. That's what he's probably saying. Which I mean, sure. I mean, you got your. Yeah, so, like I was saying, like. Yeah. So. So it ends with her. Around and then each DLC came with its own battle pass patch note that made edits to the game, shifted up the meta somewhat. Debatably, also with the exception of Beatrix's meta. Because her meta was the shortest of all of the other, shortest of them all. Because all of them also some of them also set the standard because some of them were also really good on release. Like they were actually just top tier on release, which was well, Lucilius only on week 1, and then he was actually really bad. Then 2B ran it for a good amount of time. And Beatrix ran it hot. As soon as she got out, she got out like frame 1. Beatrix was running it hot. And then after Beatrix's hot fix, which happened in the middle of her patch outline, Lucilius got the buff on that one. So that's why I put an asterisk on him, because he was good week 1 of the first patch, then sucked, and then patch 4.5, let's say, is when he actually became top tier. And then I haven't played now, so I don't know about the Mouselings meta. And so with those 6 characters, it set the tone for Grand Blue's pacing, which I guess was like a patch every month and some change. Which I think was for them their DLC pass was really healthily paced out, barring the emergency hot patch for Beatrix. Oh yeah, and there's also a free-to-play version too, so you can actually also play a lot of the characters and the game in the free-to-play aspect that can still interact with the full game, with the exception of the DLC characters, which I think they could have been marketed a bit easier or a bit better to also market the DLC characters, so that way if you have if you're taking advantage of the free-to-play's rotation aspect, you can also get a free matchup every once in a blue moon with the DLC characters instead of having to try and find a friend in order to play said matchup over and over again. Again, that's just a marketing issue that I noticed with the free-to-play version that they're still not grasping right now, but I think they will eventually. And then I won't go into My Heroes DLC and all that stuff, 'cause I know you don't really play the My Hero game like that.
I would would say that my problem with like Rambling Fantasy versus Rising that they should have done
Mhm.
was just like revamp the entire like Rambling Fantasy versus as like a whole entire upgrade because because I know for a fact that people spent around $60 for Granblue Fantasy Versus, and then like more than about 50, maybe another $60 for season 1 and 2 like DLC.
Mhm.
And next thing you know, they have to pay like another 60 for Rising instead of just like giving them the option to not only like upgrade for at least around $10 or just or just or just like outright just upgrade it for literally for free because people spent hard-earned money for for a Grand Blue and for what they did instead of just giving them the option to upgrade for free or just pay $10 for just like for like the entire like Rising upgrade. They just pretty much made it a standalone game instead of just an expansion for just like for just like $60, which literally makes 0 sense.
Right. Um, yeah, so I'll go ahead and I'll skip the My Hero one here because I know you don't really play that one, and then we already talked about balance patching with each one of them, and then the general pacing of the balance patches. So let's go into.
I mean, I watched the anime of My Hero.
Actually, that can actually dance around another one of my questions. What do you think about the pacing of the anime
um,
and your favorite characters? But we can get into that when you finish that.
the pacing of the anime. I do like that, at least in this war arc, that they're giving these other characters that didn't really seem that important, significance and importance. Like, you had Dupla Arms and the animal talking guy. I didn't really care too much about them until this war arc. It gave a lot more, depth into what they're dealing with and the misogyny that they deal with on a day-to-day basis. I like that they delved into that type of concept. Um, I I like that they're giving like I said, they're giving all of the different side characters a chance to shine, even if they're not particularly the strongest of the characters. But they're not giving all of the class 1A characters their times to shine.
Sharing the wealth,
Like,
so everybody gets to have their moment.
right, like most of them are, don't get me wrong. And they're playing their different roles. But I couldn't tell you what Tape Guy is doing. I can't tell you what Tail Guy is doing. I don't even know what Sugar Guy is. I don't know. But I know what the other guys are doing. Like,
Or
you introduce all these characters. Like, where is she at? God knows where she's at.
hell, they picked the perfect role for her, but as damn as she ain't invisible in the back. They knew what they were doing with her. That's the beautiful sad part, man.
um, I did get very upset when they introduced a really cool character just to kill her off in like the next 3 episodes.
Oh, I know her. Yeah.
That was painful because she looked so cool.
She really did. It felt like something right out of a serious comic strip from DC.
I mean, she looked like Superman. She literally looked like Superman.
Yeah, like actually looked like it. Cause hell, I thought All Might kind of took the cake of looking like Superman until you got said character here that actually looks like.
I'll actually say she looks like a little bit more like Homelander, a little bit. With
With
the
color
design
design?
wise. Yeah.
Yeah.
The color design. She looked a lot like Homelander. And of course, I love Homelander's design. I like what they did with him. But and I liked her power. I liked her power. I liked her reasoning. I liked her. Too bad I can't make her my favorite character. She's dead.
I mean, My Hero
They'll have at
Ultra
least,
Rumble
like,
might help that along. You never know. They've been popping DLC characters in there every
But
season.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Her quirk is busted. Her quirk is so busted. Has she actually known what he identified as? Like, that was such a butt pool. It was like, oh, I don't even know what I am anymore. Bruh, you're Shigaraki. That's who you are. But you don't know who you are? I don't even identify as anyone anymore, so I'm immune to your one specific ability. Like, what? He would have been dead right then and there.
Imagine
But
having to make the
no.
choices to save the W.
Literally.
Like, what type of plot-breaking bullshit did I just see?
I need that Harley Quinn picture, by the way.
Oh, hang on, I got you.
I know, I'm crazy.
When are you never crazy?
Bro, you just met me. It's just not even that crazy for real.
Yep. Naegi
But nah.
Clementine, one of my RFL agents, another one of the dudes that helps me also manage and take care of RFL. I help him with that. It's Lucky Naegi.
But yeah, her quirk was busted. My favorite character from My Hero, by and large, is Froppy.
Good old Froppy. I tell you, you can't go wrong with loving Sue.
Like, you can't hate her. Like, there's nothing to hate about her. She's adorable in every which way. She's adorable. She's smart. She's not the strongest, but she's not the weakest. She's tactical. She's practical. And she's a team player. I mean, just an absolute team player.
Always.
And I mean, I like her design. I like that they made a frog character feel, good. Yeah. Like, she reminds me a lot of Spider-Man. You would think that the tape guy reminded me a lot of Spider-Man because, he's like swinging around and stuff. But like, she reminds me a lot about Spider-Man, and Spider-Man's, he's my favorite superhero of all time.
And that's one thing I can actually appreciate about the dynamic of My Hero Academia is because when you look at the designs of a lot of the cast, even if they're not like the main class, and they've all had their spotlights, you can see how the writers took inspirations from Marvel and DC heroes and villains to really craft nice design templates for these characters.
I will say the worst design is Tailboy. I do not like him in any way, shape, or form. He is a guy with the tail, and he wears a kung fu gi.
I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw Ojiro's design, I could see the design that they wanted to go for, but it feels like a drop off in appeal.
I mean, he just, there's nothing interesting about him. I'm sorry.
There
like
really
I
like his tail to get around.
I like the animal talking guy. I like his design more, and I like Shoto Todoroki. I like his design more. And he's just wearing the default outfit. He ain't even wearing a superhero outfit. He just got the default outfit. And I enjoy looking at them more. Like, and that's just design wise.
Only thing, when I literally saw the Longtail's design, it literally feels like that he's known for being a knockoff version of goddamn Iron Fist. That's basically what it is.
Oh, Rod, I think you got to look up his actual like superhero outfit, because that's just his regular outfit. I think. I think. Because I know he had like a mask or something like that. He had like a mask on.
Alright, let's go in. And chat, feel
Also-
free to tell me while we're going through.
Oh, that might be his.
Yeah, here we go.
Whatchamacallit. I love Jiro. I love her design.
The
She
homegirl.
gives me
Her design is so
strong.
good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like that. I like that outfit. I like the mask. It's really cool. I don't like the colors that much, but it fits. I mean, it kind of fits.
Kind of. Like, it could have been red too in order to actually match the color design, the color palette. And I think it could have passed.
Honestly, I wish it was like red and green. I don't know. It's just
Red, green, yellow.
when he's talking about animals, I'm thinking green. I don't know why, but that's just like what goes to my head. Plus, the yellow like kind of clashes with his skin. It's just kind of weird to look at.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, when it comes to red and yellow, it depends on how you actually utilize red and yellow to a certain design.
All right, like that's why they made Sector yellow and Sector was red. They made Sector red and Cyrac yellow. They made them two completely different colors because red and yellow just look weird together.
There you go.
He's looking like Ronald McDonald.
Basically. You can't stay here.
But I like Jiro. I love her design because it reminds me a lot of. It looks like something Raven from the Teen Titans would wear.
Yes.
Like that just looks like something she would wear.
Yes.
Like, bruh. And she's so cool too. She's slick with it. Man, she's a musician too. Love it. I don't think I had too much of a problem with any of the girls' designs. Other than it was, extraordinarily skin tight. It was very skin tight.
The only one I had a skin tight chick was just not Miro, the class president. I can't think of her name.
Momo.
Yeah, thank you, Momo. That's the only
No,
one.
no. That's not skin tight. That's just skin. When I say skin tight, I'm talking like
What, helping the imagination?
like Odoraka, heck, Froppy, Odoraka, Mina, like it like they're covered, but the figure, they have an extraordinarily enhanced figure, if that makes sense.
The curvy.
I guess. Like, if you look at Mina's like superhero outfit, because again, they wear different clothes depending on the situation that they're in. They got their UA high school training uniform, they got just a regular school uniform, and then they got their hero outfit.
Right.
Like, you see what I mean? Like, they got that skin tight looking. Because they're going to be looking at their figure. It's like, bro, you got to keep in mind, they're still children,
Demographic appeal.
Exactly.
Like, I didn't mind the skin tight on, like, Midnight or, like, Mount Lady.
Now, you see,
I
Lady
ain't
and
care.
Lady, they can sell that because that's just proper fan service. This is like, well, no, that's proper pocket fan service. You got to also think about how to sell the main cast here and what their general designs are going to look like, predominantly through most of the show.
Right. I enjoyed Toga. I liked her outfit and design.
Oh, crazy chick. Hang on.
Yep. Oh, you got Momo. Yeah, nah. Her design needs some work.
Her design, I know that they put her out there in order to appeal to the simps, because like her whole character design didn't come in until later on when she actually started having a character. 'Cause her
My
debut,
whole
she came in
thing.
as like a nerdist, but she actually can't do shit for the situation because she doesn't have like actual like people. She doesn't have people person skills, and she doesn't have combat or experience to really apply her skill cohesively like the rest of her classmates. And yet she's excelled at the top of the class to qualify to be here, but hasn't actually adept her abilities to show that she should be here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
She could have one of the most broken quirks.
she does in a way. Think about that. You could think about that. Using the fat nodes in your skin allow you to create things from into reality. From the fat in your lip
Oh,
nodes. Think about the probability of infinite possibilities you can make based off of what I guess however what's attached to your skin.
and she
Some
has to know
clothes. Yeah,
the
the
genetic
size.
makeup of it.
Yeah, the size and the
Yeah, the
makeup.
size, the genetic makeup, or the atomic makeup of it. She has to know that. And also, my problem, at least with her design, is that if they really wanted her to have the whole, showing skin stuff, then
She only got like
she
one
needed to have
area.
her she needs to have her back exposed, because that's the most surface area on, for showing skin, especially for how practical her quirk would be.
You would
Because
think.
even in the show, she needed to create something really big, and she used her back because of it. Remember, it literally ripped her shirt like completely off because her back, again, the most surface area on your body,
Right.
wasn't exposed. I'm just like, if you want to optimize your quirk, like with actual practicality, your back needs to be the one that is exposed, not your chest.
That's what I'm saying. Because I mean, it's coming out your hand or it's coming out the chest, sure, but the producing factor, optimally speaking, should be the back.
And I mean, and that's like, if you want to create something big quickly, because at that point you're just restricting yourself. You're literally restricting yourself. Like with Bakugo, it made sense with his power. He needs to build a lot of sweat. That's why his design is, long sleeve, and he's building up all that sweat in his hands. His design makes
Makes sense.
sense.
Yeah, it genetically makes sense for him. That's why I'm surprised that as the
Ida,
show went on, her show
he had
didn't exactly update or upgrade her attire to match that. Now Ida, his suit matched that.
yeah, Ida and heck, Mina. She needed to have her hands exposed so she could, utilize her acid. It wouldn't really make much sense if she wanted to use acid, but she's, covering up her hands, covering up with gloves. It wouldn't really make much sense for her to cover up her stuff. And a lot of them use, tools to utilize their abilities. Like Denki, the static dude, or the static shock guy.
Oh yeah, Sparky Jr.
um, Sparky Jr. He had to use a mechanic, or like an item. He had to use an item or a tool to channel his electricity, because otherwise, just like real electricity, it's just gonna go everywhere. Like, it's just gonna go everywhere. He has no way to channel it.
Right. They
But
had
I
to use
love
that.
that he has to use it. Yeah, I love that he had to use that. Um, and I was really glad to see the different designs of these suits. Like, for example, Froppy's suit is very inept when it comes to, you know, webbed feet. You know, she's comfortably moving like a frog. Might as well embrace how a frog actually moves. So she sticks to surfaces. You know, she sticks to surfaces, and her suit helps her do that. She's able to swim very fast because she has fins. And you know, it's just I like that. I really did.
Mhm.
It was just all the different or most of the different characters had practicality, and I appreciate how they did try to put a lot of detail into it. Um, I mean, yeah, I would say Froppy is my favorite out of the bunch. Uraraka, um, I'm not actually sure.
Uraka, I gotta say, has, from what I've seen so far through the 4 seasons, she's had a miraculous level of growth to her character that has made her a likable character for me.
Oh, I do not hate her by any means. I actually do think she's a very, very compelling character. And I do think in terms of like written, she is probably like one of the best written characters in the show. She went from a girl who only became a hero for money to being a fully fledged hero who is trying to understand the bad guy, you know, quote unquote, the bad guy's point of view. You know, how they ended up like this because of the broken society that they're in. And her actually caring. Like, she actually cared. She straight up just wanted to hug her at that point. That was sad, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That was sad. But yeah. Um I think it's pretty compelling. The pacing is it's alright. You know, it's alright. It's nothing special. I think the anime is doing a better job than the manga in terms of its pacing because it has a little bit more time to, you know, dive into the characters.
For each character.
Yeah, yeah. One thing I will say is that at least during the beginning parts, I did not like Bakugo for the longest.
I don't blame you. I still
Oh,
don't really like his character at all, but I can appreciate his worth to the team.
I don't hate him as much because he apologized, but I mean, I don't know. This kind of struck a nerve with me when I first met him. He told Deku, and yes, I still hold on to this very day. He told Deku to essentially unsubscribe from life very, very early on. Very, 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 very early on. He told him to unsubscribe from life. And that stuck with me. Like, that really struck a chord with me. And he had the nerve to get angry at Midoriya because he's trying his best. Because he's the one out here, you know, actually succeeding, and you're the one getting left in the dirt. How dare you get mad at him? And yes, I stuck with that through every single season until he apologized. I literally hated him for that one specific reason, and it never got better from there until he apologized. But the fact that it took that long for him to apologize, nah, he can't be anywhere close to one of my favorite characters. I just don't hate him as much. Like, I'm more just indifferent. Do I want him to unsubscribe from life? No. I don't. But had he not apologized right then and there, I really couldn't care less. Honestly, there was no reason for me to like him. He's not cool, and if I wanted a cool character that makes things go boom, you got freaking
Bakugan.
no,
Todoroki, my bad.
yeah, Todoroki. Or better yet, Tsukiyomi. I think that's his name. What was his name? The Dark Shadow guy, the bird dude.
Oh,
I love him. I love his design. I love his power. And I think he would be the most powerful. I mean, obviously, aside from Deku, he would have been the most powerful person in his Tokiami.
This is a cool ass. He really is. I ain't gonna hold you.
He is. The reason he's not the most powerful is because the other two that are more powerful than him are a direct weakness to his power. That's actually kind of funny. Bakugo and Todoroki are only stronger than him because they have light powers.
You know, imagine having fiery powers that can also just happen to generate light.
But that raises the question, why is Denki weaker than him? Because lightning is, I mean, it definitely produces light. But yet, he's so weak. I mean, significantly weaker. I don't know.
It raises a good question.
Regardless, I like them. I like the designs. I like how, at least the anime, how it's kind of pacing things. Yeah.
Let's go into. Let's see. 3 hours so far. We're doing good. How about anime IP? Let's do the gaming community versus the manga community. And this is for any title you seek to go into. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll name 2 titles here in order to go into this one. The game community versus the manga community. Which helps the scene and the media more for the IP? So I'll name, for my taste, I'll name Bleach, and for your taste, I'll name one that you know. I'll name Naruto.
Well, thankfully, I know Bleach and Naruto.
All right, let's cook.
Look at this. My computer keeps, because I'm not touching my screen. I hate that I gotta keep moving my mouse just to keep it alive.
Oh, I got you.
But so for the IP, now I do need to rewatch Bleach, just to point that out. But I did watch it.
Oh, you don't
I did not watch the Blood
I'm about
Art.
to say 1,000-Year Blood War. I'll leave off the table for the sake of simplicity to the address.
I have not watched that, like, at all. But at least speaking just on the anime point of view, I did absolutely love how they set it up, how they started. It was from the very beginning all the way to, I believe, them saving Rukia. I believe that arc, or like up to that arc, was the best of Bleach, because it felt authentic, it felt organic, And in terms of like story, it felt it felt like it was going to, you know, end. Like it was a short and sweet type of story. But as the later arcs came by, I mean, you could really tell the difference that he was just starting to pull stuff out of his butt. Like he wasn't planning to continue Bleach from that point on. Not to say that it's horrible, but you can definitely tell the difference from the way that the world was set up and, Ichigo's powers. I mean, that's why a lot of people still to this day are just like, yeah, Ichigo is like a little bit of everything, even though he really wasn't supposed to be.
Right.
But, I mean, he had to keep going because that's what his job told him to do.
Basically. And
So when he kept continuing,
ended up almost becoming a mini Soul King.
literally, I mean, he basically became everything, every possible thing. And that's why every time you saw Ichigo transform, he transformed into something different. It was always just a unique strand. Like, he never transformed into the same thing. He was always something different. I couldn't even tell you how many different hollow forms he has. It's actually insane. And well, it did look cool, and it's absolutely cool, and it still looks amazing. If you want to talk about like legitimate story wise and like all well thought out, then yeah, up to the point of them saving Rukia, I think is where it was at its best in terms of storytelling. But in terms of like, fights and visuals, I mean, all of it still looked good. I mean, personally, it still all looked good. They still had memorable characters. They still had likable characters.
Absolutely.
Weren't originally planned. They still have likable characters. They still had very strong characters. But they just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger to the point where it didn't matter what the main character did. He would never overpower the main bad guy, like ever. Like the main bad guy, Aizen, was so strong that he literally just he chooses to stay down there. He can leave whenever he wants. There is nothing that he can do. There's nothing that anyone can do to stop him. Like, what are they gonna do? They can't kill him. They can't stop him. They can't overpower him. Also, Ichigo's extreme growth in power. That's the other thing that felt very unnatural. Was there's no reason he should be as strong as he is at this point in time. Unless I missed a time skip or something, but there's no reason this guy should already feel like he's just the final boss. And he's playing the end game already, and that felt very rushed.
To be fair, the culmination of Ichigo's powers into Final Getsuga Tensho was all accumulated at even in that final arc, all accumulated at a natural pace, and then after the powers dissipated, it kind of like reset.
I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. Not the Aizen fight specifically, but like a few arcs beforehand, like up to the Ukiura fight.
Okay, now going from Grimjow to Ukiura, I can understand that because him technically dying in the middle of that battle against Ukiura in his release form, and then suddenly, like, having this rebirth hollow that's able to suddenly match him. That misnomer in the battle, I can understand. I can understand that there's like a really interesting lapse of power that allows his hollow form to kind of just go on ahead and just fully just ride the horse instead of being the horse.
Not to mention, with Ukiura, now genuinely did forget what rank he was, but
4, I believe.
he wasn't number 1, was it? Like, he wasn't the strongest.
He was number 4.
He was number 4. So, by that logic, and going up in strength and all that, Mel, remember Mel? Or I think that's her name.
Nellie L. Yeah. She was the former number
3. She was number 3. And she was still stronger than the current number 3. That was hilarious.
That's the OD part when you think about it. Like, she was literally like a whole ass centurion with a javelin. With that shit, that's able, and you're still able to dust the current number 3. Long ago as that you lost the spot.
And that meant she, by that logic and power, should have been stronger than Ukiura. Now I understand why she did not fight, because that power was temporary, but it's just, I find it hard to believe that Ichigo in that short amount of time would match her type of power right then and there to overpower someone like Ukiura. It felt weird.
And I can understand that, because the thing with that is that it was a brief burst. It wasn't like a whole out battle. I think that's just a lot of raw untapped power in a moment's notice that was channeled in that moment when the body died. And there was a need to live. That's probably where the power came from. It came out of the need to live.
I guess.
Because there was only but so much he could do, literally, after going from Grimjow right into Ulquiorra base form, and then Ulquiorra just turning up the decimals right out of nowhere before he gets believing that you can win. Suddenly you lose and you die.
Mm-hmm.
So the power came out of necessity, not out of actual, like, an optional power port that you have. It just came out of necessity.
That's fair. I still dislike it personally, but I mean,
oh no, you're good.
It's just to each their own. Like, okay, for the amount of training that he would have to do, and the result that he had, it just felt, again, natural. Like with Goku, we see him get extreme power boost all the time. But if we're talking about early Dragon Ball Z, his power creeps made sense. I mean, all the way even until the Buu Saga, it made sense because it took time. It took time for him to get strong. They even literally had a whole room, a whole mechanic, the hyperbolic time chamber. And even then, and I love what they did with it. Goku trained. He trained for, what was it, like 3 years or something, like a couple days in the hyperbolic time chamber, only for him to fall short of the main bad guy. He literally couldn't do it. He could not beat Cell. He could not beat Cell. And it took time. He surpassed Vegeta in every which way. He surpassed pretty much everyone in every which way. Except Cell. And he tried too. He tried and couldn't do it.
He did.
And I love how they did that. Because it was like, even with this...
the first time, and I loved also how everything about the Cell and Goku battle upholds the test of time as literally one of the best written battles in the history of Dragon Ball, and it's not even contested. And it's just amazing when you think about he's one of the first bad guys that had to try, even though he already knew he was likely going to win. He had to try in order to make sure Goku stayed down or would bring his A game, since that was what Cell was designed for.
Mm-hmm. And you could tell his disappointment when Goku quit. Like, Goku just straight up said, okay, I'm done. And Cell's like, what? What do you mean?
Yeah, like hell, like I gotta, that's what I'm trying to think. Like hell, I give Cell props for that, because he's one of few bad guys. Frieza now probably, but he was the first one where he actually had to make Goku try his ass off and still successfully made him concede the battle.
Mhm. Like, Goku literally just said, no, I quit. One of the other few characters who did that was Hit.
Oh yeah, from the closing of the Tournament of Power. But didn't he? Wait, did
Yeah,
he
it was
throw away or did he throw
Universe.
the battle?
So Universe 6 versus Universe 7. Hit was fighting Goku, and Goku did his ultimate move, the Kaioken. And, his body was basically all banged up.
Yeah, his body was breaking down from the strain from Kaioken and Super Saiyan combined.
He told Hit, yeah, no, I give up. Like, I literally can't fight you anymore. Like, I couldn't fight you even if I tried. And then he stepped out the ring. And everyone, Beerus, Beerus was mad. And then Goku's like, oh no, but you got your strongest warrior, right? So, we're fine, we're good.
Oh yeah.
And he took one for the team, you know what I'm saying? He a homie for real.
Oh yeah, little pink buff, and then you had to go on ahead and just. He sold his shit so well. I'm just like, damn, he must have really gotten paid.
Hey, he took it for the team. Mm-hmm. I love it. He may be an assassin, but I love him.
Hey, he is a good assassin. He killed that performance.
You are so lame.
Sometimes I can be, yes.
I love it. He must be an assassin because he killed that performance. Oh man, that's funny. Mm-hmm. I think Champa was tight, not Beerus. No. Beerus was mad at Goku because he threw the match with Hit, like he lost. He straight up lost. And that's what Beerus was mad about, because he's just like, oh no, we are screwed. Because what was his name? Monica?
Yeah,
Monaka?
Monaka, yeah.
Bro, he wasn't a fighter. He was a janitor.
Hey, he was the
He was just the janitor. He was literally just a janitor, bro. He wasn't trying to fight nobody.
But
his name.
He cleaned up though.
Hey, he cleaned up. He won. He won the whole tournament.
Codename was the janitor for a reason. The man cleaned up.
Heck yeah. He swept the floor with him, bruh. I guess you could say the whole team got mopped.
Indeed.
Yeah. But yeah, no, Champa was tight.
He was.
Because he was like, there's no way my greatest warrior lost to a janitor.
Things happen.
Ain't no way. Well, yeah, let's talk about Naruto.
Yeah, because with Dragon Ball, like I said, with Dragon Ball, I believe with manga versus the game, I say the manga verse is the heavier item that allowed the video game verse to respectfully catch up, but while having weight of its own, it doesn't match the weight of the manga. Bleach, I want to say it's a mix of both, because Bleach has been out for a good amount of time in the early years, where it was one of the fallen kings of shonen, and it has, and like other shonen titles, it has a pretty good plethora of games to it on a lot of different platforms, to where the gameverse can carry its own presence for the IP just as big as the manga.
The thing is that in terms of video games, Bleach is not bigger than Naruto or Dragon Ball. Like, I have not heard, except for recently, but I haven't really been hearing too much of like new Bleach games in comparison to something like Naruto and Dragon Ball. Like
Yeah, but they don't make
obviously,
those games
Naruto is not gonna
consistently,
get. But that's the problem is that they don't make it consistently. Not a lot of people would know how great Bleach is because they don't see it and they don't care to watch it.
Well, they
But
do
with
have a new Bleach game
Naruto,
now. I'll say that they have a new one that's coming out now because of the Thousand Year
yes,
Door.
and I saw that, I've been. It looked kind of good. I ain't gonna lie, it looking kind of crispy.
It is. I might need to get myself a piece of that like some chicken. I'll tell you what, Bobby.
Bruh, extra crispy, extra spicy for me. You know what I'm saying? But nah, with Naruto, just for example, a lot of people would get the story of Naruto Shippuden through the Storm games. Was it 100% accurate? Of course not. But I would say that Storm 2 really like hammered home on just how accurate and how big that arc felt. You know, the pain arc and a couple other arcs through the pain and to the pain arc. And Storm 3, since they didn't want to reveal that, you know, the masked man was Obito, they never they had to give like an alternate ending to Naruto Storm 3, but they kind of spoiled it with Revelations because Obito was in the game.
Damn. So Obito was like an end-game boss.
Well, no. So Revelations is kind of weird. Revelations wasn't really a story-driven game. I mean, it kind of was, but not really. It was all non-canon. It had the Mecha Naruto
What the?
storyline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it had Mecha Naruto story, and then it just had like just a weird 4v4 tournament like thing where you had to like beat up the opponent and collect orbs. It was very different from like what you would see from like a normal Storm game. Um, it was like a break game. So like you had Naruto Storm 2, and before Storm 2 was Naruto Storm Generations, where they wanted to test out the new fighting game mechanic, which was the log system and the chakra snapbacks, where you would actually utilize your chakra and actually start doing combos. It was a very rudimentary version of it, but it was basically just kind of a recap of, well, the past. Like, Naruto would go back in the past and look at his previous fights up until that point.
That was the
It still
Robocop.
had all of the... Yeah, it still had little Naruto, but it also had teenage Naruto, where I believe it was still all the way up into the pain arc. But like I said, it was a break game. It wasn't like, you know, a fully fledged story mode type thing that you would want to see until Storm 3. That's when it started adding all of the newer characters and started going further and further into the arcs, all the way until the first of the... Actually, it covered pretty much the first half of the war arc up until Obito's mask was broken. Because again, in the manga, no one knew who the masked man was, and they didn't know it was Obito. So the game had to do something, so they made a non-canon ending. And it was pretty cool, because it still explained the story quite well, despite having an alternate ending. But when Naruto Storm 4, before Storm 4 was Revelations, and that's when, you know, everyone got that spoiled, that Obito was in fact the masked man. But by that point, everyone already kind of knew that when the game came out. But then Storm 4 actually came out, and they wanted to really get the second half of this story out there. So that's exactly what they did. they told the ending of Naruto.
Oh damn.
I mean, they literally had to. They had to give the ending because Naruto Storm 3, its ending was not canon. And people wanted to know the end of the story because they were relying on the games to tell them the end of the story. Because they wouldn't read the manga because it was too long. And they got it in, digestible bites.
The game was summarizing it. It was summarizing a lot of the manga in digestible, yeah, like you just said, in doses.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. So the manga, so the games was actually carrying for one or two of the eras of Naruto.
It helped with newcomers. It helped with newcomers who did not want to read the manga or watch the anime.
Oh my.
But this is the interesting part. After the game, the Naruto sales started picking up numbers again. Because they were so happy with seeing the game and playing through it. They wanted to see how accurate the game actually was. And to their surprise, it was as accurate as it could get for a video game. They really enjoyed the little intricacies that the anime and the manga had to offer. Like, people started reading more of the manga, started learning more about the characters, and the characters that were like kind of one-off, like in Storm 2, Sasuke fights Killer Bee. But that was like a secret ending, and it was like 2 fights. And he fought him by himself. That's not what happened. Oh no. Sasuke got absolutely fondled.
I remember Codename Super's thing about that when he talked about how this man got violated.
Shout out to the homie Codename Super. Woo, go ahead.
The question is, how bad was it? How bad was the entire beat?
Oh, it was pretty bad. He violated him pretty good.
Oh. Okay, listen. They came up to B's doorstep, and I'm saying they. It was Sasuke, Suigetsu, Jugo, and then Kade in the back. They tried to jump him at his doorstep. You know what he started doing? But was rapping. Yes.
Oh, dog,
He was
no.
rapping. Bro was rapping.
Oh,
And
here we go.
homeboy.
Alright,
Oh
I'm
no.
gonna send this for you.
Oh
if you think
no.
this is good. This is really good that you need to take time to watch this on your own time. It is worth it. It
Mhm.
explains the violation process.
It was awful. But nah. Imagine fighting someone, right? Imagine literally fighting someone. They're dodging. And just before you try to hit him, right? He pulls out a notebook and starts writing down bars. Right in front of your face. Like, bruh, you were literally throwing hands not even 2 seconds ago. Now you're writing in a book. What are you doing? He is not taking you seriously. You don't exist to him.
Amen, D Legend.
Maybe.
Nah, no, I'm telling you, it was actually bad. Like, how many times did Sasuke have to go on life support?
Numerous occasions.
So, I remember one time he had to, keep biting Karin because, that's how her power works. You gotta bite her so you can heal. He had to keep biting her. You saw her arm. It was covered in bite marks.
I'm like, is this Naruto or Guilty Gear?
This is Naruto.
And then the second one was the nastiest, the most disgusting, the most vile. clothesline I think I've ever seen in anime. This clothesline was horrific. Brian hit him so hard, his insides were actually exploding. You remember Jugo, that guy I was talking about earlier, the whole curse mark thing? Yeah, he had to give him some of his flesh. He gave him so much flesh, Jugo turned back into a kid. No joke. This grown teenager man, who was like 6 feet tall easily, turned into like a 4'2" child. That's how much he had to give Sasuke just for him to stay alive and close up the wound. That was from a clothesline.
To be honest, I can pretty much name like a worse clothesline than that. And pretty much the worst the worst one is when Rock Lee beat the living breaks off of Sasuke. I'm like, damn.
Wait, that wasn't a clothesline though. That was still just a violation.
Well, that's even worse.
Oh, but hold on. Sasuke got his get back. Remember when Sasuke violated Team 7
Oh god.
from Timu? Yeah, Yamato and then Diet Coke Sasuke.
Hey, a Coke Sasuke. Oh, damn.
Yeah, Sai. Remember Sai?
Oh yeah.
He wanted to be Sasuke so bad.
Sai literally violated Sakura so much. Like, it's no joke.
Bruh. Like, Sasuke literally was going to kill all 4 of them on the spot. To the point where Orochimaru, you know, the op, had to stop him from doing it. Bro, imagine your op had to stop your other op because he was like, nah, you're going to kill him too fast. Like, what? What?
You gotta stop an ops from turning it all the way up and being the alpha ops.
He was an amazing mentor to Naruto. Loved their relationship. Heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
Talking about Killer Bee and Naruto. Oh, you fool. Why does she look like a Full Metal Alchemist character?
Because Maka was drawn so perfectly.
Is she a Full Metal Alchemist character? It's the gloves.
No, it's the gloves. But no, she's a soul
It's the
eater.
gloves. Soul Eater.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Take the time to see it. It is worth the investment. That and the prequel Soul Eater, not both really good.
I'll have to watch it. See, it was either Soul Eater or Tokyo Ghoul. I think you know which one I went with.
Yeah, I figured you picked the Tokyo Ghoul. Tokyo Ghoul, I can understand that. That one was super fucking good. Music was also really good.
It was
too.
fire.
It was good.
I love it.
So with Naruto, I think, yeah, even with we'll see. With Naruto and Boruto, I would say
Okay,
to put them together.
Boruto.
These are two different things. So with Naruto,
Boruto is doing a lot better when it comes to the manga. The manga is popping off. I'm reading the manga actively as it comes out. The manga, Blue Vortex? I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief.
Oh, so the manga solved the pacing issue, did it?
Oh my goodness. See, Boruto's pacing in the manga was never bad. That's the problem. It was the anime. The anime's pacing is... We're not going to talk about the anime. It's bad. It is bad. It got good when it actually started talking about the story. Because it had a lot of filler. It had a lot of filler. And a lot of people were just like, I don't want to do this. I don't care about Boruto. And that's fair enough. They did not care about Boruto. It was way too many filler episodes.
Shonen's epic stories with them and their fillers, especially when they're unnecessarily long fillers, or too many of them.
Yeah,
became
Naruto
legendary.
already had a big filler problem, and Boruto, at least the beginning, it was the exact same. But when it finally got off of the filler episodes,
It was cooking.
yes, Boruto definitely do be cooking. Um, Boruto, Two Blue Vortex, that manga, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think a single chapter has actually missed. I'm like, everyone is like on the edge of their seat trying to figure out what's happening and what the direction that they're trying to go in. Boruto, look, I'm gonna say this respectfully, okay, respectfully. Naruto and Boruto can clear all of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden and all of part 1 of Boruto.
Does that also include Itachi? That's the biggest question.
Itachi? Right, Itachi can't even beat Nagato. Did you think he gonna beat Boruto? Like, Itachi is not that... He's talented, but Itachi is not stronger than someone like Obito. He's not stronger than Pain. He definitely ain't stronger than Madara.
Educate myself, chat.
But Boruto, like right now as we stand, he is way stronger than Naruto could have ever dreamed of. And yes, that is including Baryon mode.
So the son finally did surpass the father.
Wait, who's surpassing what now?
I said so the son did surpass the father.
Oh, with flying colors. It's bad. See, another misunderstanding that people aren't really getting. Naruto was never considered a genius. Is he smart? Yeah. Can he use his brain? Yeah. Can he fight tactically? Sure. Is he a genius? No. He is not a genius. Boruto, he is a genius. And they make that distinction very clear. Boruto is nowhere close to dumb. as his intellect. He has mastered Sasuke's fighting style at the age that he's at right now. He's also mastered lightning release, wind release, and water release.
Oh, man's trying to be
And that was
Avatar.
And that was before he got the broken, overpowered stuff from Momoshiki. Let's see. And keep in mind, he mastered all of these along with the new release of Rasengan before Naruto. See, Naruto, he had the guideline, pointed out for him. But Naruto needed the Shadow Clone to make a proper Rasengan, right? Right. At that age, right? At 12, right. He needed a Shadow Clone to make a proper Rasengan. Boruto was able to not only make a new variant of Rasengan, but a practical one of a Rasengan. He added passively wind release into his Rasengan. People thought, oh, well, it's weaker because it's smaller. No, it's literally called Vanishing Rasengan. It is an invisible attack. And this is something he made on accident. And keep in mind, he doesn't need a Shadow Clone to do that. Naruto, even as a teenager, still needed a Shadow Clone to do that. Like, just to really put in perspective on how crazy this actually is, Naruto needed a Shadow Clone. He actually needed 3 Shadow Clones for the Rasen Shuriken. He needed a Shadow Clone to create the Rasengan. He needed a Shadow Clone to add the chakra nature to the Rasengan. And he needed a 3rd Shadow Clone to mold the shape of the Rasengan
What the
into
hell?
a Rasen Shuriken. Yes. Remember, he had literally 3 Shadow Clones at his hand to make the Rasen Shuriken to throw or to slam on Kakazu. He needed all of that just to create the Rasen Shuriken. While Boruto was not only able to make a Rasengan by himself, but add wind release on top of that without a Shadow Clone. He did not need all of that extra steps to do that. Granted, the Vanishing Rasengan is not nearly as powerful, okay, as the Rasen Shuriken, to give it the credit that credit is due, but that just shows the level of genius that Boruto is actually at. Boruto was able to do this at 12. Naruto was like 16 by the time he did this. And he only knew one release, which was wind release. He only knew one release. While Boruto knows 3 at bare minimum.
Hey, that's not
Not to mention, he has partial fighting style of the Hyuga clan because he is part Hyuga, so he understands pressure points and chakra points. He's a master of Kenjutsu, which is, weapon play or sword play, and he learned from the best Kenjutsu user, which is Sasuke. And Sasuke already said that I can't teach you anything else. You are just better than me now. Like, there's literally nothing else I can teach you. Boruto is 16 now, and he surpassed Sasuke, a whole 30-something-year-old.
Damn.
Like, bro.
Damn, because there was a whole era, too, where it was literally just those boys just carrying. And now the son is actually carrying like he needs to in his destiny. It's that.
Oh, but it gets even crazier. It gets even crazier than that. Because guess what else Boruto is able to do? And keep in mind, he is actively trying to avoid using his karma marking. The bullcrap power-up that everyone keeps, loving to flaunt on Boruto. It's like, oh, Boruto's only strong because he's using karma. Actually, no. He is not using karma at all. In fact, he is, again, actively trying to avoid karma, like, all the time, because he still can't control it in any way, shape, or form, because Momoshiki is still inside of him. So he's like, no, I don't use it. So this is all base form Boruto. Boruto is also able to use Purple Lightning. You're probably wondering, what the heck is Purple Lightning? Well, let's go all the way back to the Chidori, because it got some tears to it, okay? It got some tears to it. We got good old-fashioned Chidori. And then we have the Lightning Blade, which is an advanced, more refined version of the Chidori. Purple Lightning is the perfected version of Lightning Blade. Like, it is the pinnacle, perfect version of Lightning Blade. Boruto has mastered this ability. The same ability that took Kakashi God knows how many years. It took him as the Hokage. How old was Kakashi when he turned into the Hokage?
He had to have been deep in his 30s, somewhere as close to his 40s or some shit.
And he just learned how to use the Purple Lightning at that point in time. Boruto can do it now at 16.
Bruh.
What else can he do? Oh, he also knows Flying Raijin, his grandfather's amazing technique. Just to sprinkle that on.
Oh, we on that Boruto talk. I got you. What's going on?
And then finally, also hi. And then finally, Rasengan Uzehiko. How do I even explain this freaking ability?
I'm trying to look this up also while you're explaining it, so that way I can actually put a visual to the mindset. You said, what was it just now?
It's called Rasengan Uzehiko. That ability, I don't even know how to explain. How do I explain what that ability is? It's kind of like a Rasengan, but it's like an aura around your body. It's weird. It's very weird. Okay, so the best way I can explain it, right? So you know how you can like mix your chakra, right? Like you know how you can like have chakra flow, and you know
Oh, a planet.
it like mixes through your body.
Yes.
Kinda, yeah, kinda. So it's a little different from Sage Mode. So Sage Mode uses the chakra from the earth, right? You know, natural chakra that you mix with your own chakra. So you have your own chakra pool, and then you mix the nature chakra in your body. And that's how you get Sage Mode. You get that perfect balance. That's how you get Sage Mode. Uzuhiko is a little bit different. Yes, it still uses the Earth's chakra, but you're not mixing it inside of your body. In fact, you're actually letting it flow outside of your body. This is why you see the blue aura that surrounds Boruto when he activates the move. So what can this move actually do? Well, it's both a defensive and offensive tool. If you touch Boruto, you get hit with the attack. If he hits you, you get hit with the attack. So either way, you don't want to touch him, period. But what happens if you do touch him? Well, it can kind of just act like a normal Rasengan, you know, with the whole knockback, you know, blowing you away. Except, from how they described it, it essentially screws with your sense of balance and direction. Essentially, imagine you're dizzy, but like all the time and at a rapid pace.
So it's like the dense. Would you say that the science of it is similar to like the density when a captain turns on their spiritual pressure in Bleach?
Yeah, kinda. It's like the after effect of you going on a roller coaster or you spinning around extremely fast, but imagine that dizziness just does not go away and it's actively killing you. Like it can just it can eventually kill you, or he can kill you in one shot. Like he can end it quickly, or he can turn it off. In fact, this is actually how he beat Code. He literally hit him once with this ability. Code hit Boruto. Boruto just blocked it, and Code was like, "What the heck am I feeling? What is this?" And then Boruto hit him again with the full effect, and he's like, "Yeah, I can just, just let you die. If you try to run away, that's cool. You're still gonna die unless I turn it off." Meaning, no matter what Code was able to do, he could not escape this ability. Because once it was latched onto him, it was GG. His fate was sealed. Boruto decided to turn it off because, he needed more information. But he literally described it as, I can kill you now, you can die later, or I can turn it off. I mean, that is your only options. Which is crazy, because he explained, and we got to see like an even bigger effect of this Rasengan Uzuhiko. It can completely obliterate you in a single shot. And keep in mind, he can do this at any time, as long as his feet is connected to the ground, and he's able to, gather the chakra around him. Since it is the chakra of the earth, it's infinite. Which means he can infinitely power up this ability and hit you with it whenever he wants.
Doesn't it drain his chakra pool?
No, because he's not using his chakra. Remember what I said earlier? Remember how I said Sage Mode is by taking in the Earth's chakra and mixing it with your own? Well, Uzuhiko is just surrounding himself with the Earth's chakra. He's not using his chakra at all. The only thing he is using with his chakra is commanding other people's chakra. So he gets to command the Earth's chakra to go around him. Since the Earth's chakra is infinite, he can do this whenever he wants.
Okay. So it's been. hell, that's almost like, yeah, that's like a similar
Yeah.
concept mixed with that, along with like earth and air bending in a
Mm-hmm.
unified, aggressive but defensive state, unified.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Boruto's still 16 without using any, of Momoshiki's powers at all. Remember, Naruto by this point was still pretty much relying on the Nine Tails chakra pool to pull off any of these abilities that he was doing. And then when he did get the full cooperation of Kurama, he got even stronger because of it. Again, this isn't to say that Naruto isn't smart, but no way is he a genius. I'm sorry, he's not a genius, he's not a prodigy. Sasuke is a genius. I'll give him that. Sasuke is definitely a genius. Minato is a genius. Shikamaru is a whole breed in and of itself. But most characters don't reach that genius status. Hey, Obito. I wouldn't consider Obito a genius. I wouldn't consider him a genius. He's powerful. He has a really overpowered ability, but I wouldn't consider him a genius. The only reason he was so scary was because another character, Madara, who is a genius, was able to utilize his, knowledge and put that on Obito, which made Obito look a lot smarter than he actually was.
Well, there you go.
Itachi. Itachi's a genius. I'll give him that as well. Itachi is an absolute genius. But most characters aren't. And Naruto is not one of them.
Well, no, Naruto is just a creative doofus.
Yep. Hey, Guy's not a genius. Kakashi, I would consider him a young prodigy. You know what I'm saying? He was a young prodigy.
Yeah.
Definitely smart. Definitely smart. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Boruto is absolutely ridiculous. It's not even close at this point. Like, I know a lot of people love to debate the whole, Naruto versus Ichigo.
Hey, Bunny. Oh my
Yes,
God.
I love the delve
Get out of my
into
head.
that
Get out of my head.
sometimes I love the delve into
No.
that sometimes in the Facebook universe, but
Oh,
nah.
Clem.
This,
Can
this,
I cook for like?
it pretty much don't matter. There's still going to be that debate regardless.
Yeah, go ahead, cook. Good.
Just like,
Cut this. Go ahead. Hold on. Let me. Lucky, were you talking back there?
yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So yeah, there's pretty much that certain type of groups, like that certain percentage of groups, literally, regardless of whether if it's on Facebook, Twitter,
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Discord, Tumblr, Reddit, there's going to be a bunch of debate.
Who still uses Reddit?
You'd be surprised.
You'd be very much surprised.
I meet a few Reddit warriors out there sometimes in my comings and goings.
Okay,
Trust
so
me. So basically, Reddit. Okay, so basically, Reddit is literally Facebook, but take out the friends, take out the entire web pages, and pretty much add in the entire community. That's
It's Game Facts Part 2.
You also forgot the fun.
What it is. I know what it is. I don't use it that much no more. That's why I was like, who still uses Reddit?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who still use Reddit to this day. There's a lot.
All right, the legend. The kitchen is yours. You got the spatula in hand. Got the chef's knife.
all right, because this was kind of like a random topic that I honestly have thought about making my own video about, but I don't make videos like that. Now, before I continue, I just want to say that I genuinely am a huge fan of Bleach. I love Bleach a lot.
Uh-oh.
Number
I
2.
think I know where this is going.
Number 2. Ichigo is one of my favorite protagonists. I love Ichigo. Like he's one of my favorite characters. Okay. However, Twitter discourse when it comes to certain matchups just really blows my fucking mind. Like, because I remember the other day, and it just randomly pops up, and I seen some discourse between they always do like different matchups. Like, and this particular one was Luffy versus Ichigo, and I seen some shit about like Ichigo mopping the floor with Luffy, and okay, so let me just collect myself. As
Look,
much as like
I don't watch One Piece, so I can't speak on that.
okay, that's fine. That's fine because I really want to just focus on Bleach right now. I really because it'll make sense why this irks me. Because if you actually let's say, okay, well, we all you've watched Naruto, we've all watched Dragon Ball Z, and we've watched Bleach to a certain extent. I've even watched. I'm just about caught up with One Piece myself. And
hey, you are dedicated.
Well, this was kind of over a period of time. It was not like all at once or anything, right? But watching these different shows, you kind of get an idea of like every protagonist like training arc that they have to go through when it comes to developing their skills, developing their techniques, and their way of getting stronger and overcoming barriers, right? I just want to say Ichigo's training arc really sucks.
Oh, absolutely.
And then I'm gonna tell you why. So literally because I remember the formula for his training arc is literally get an ability and just fight. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, because the first version of it
But
like a cheat sheet kind of setup.
But let me actually go into more detail. His training arcs was formulated, and you see this in the Soul Society arc, and you also see this in the Arrancar arc as well.
I swing my sword real hard, real good.
yeah, but it's more like, okay, he's constantly in a race against time to unlock this certain ability, and then once he goes and gets this ability or gets this new form, he doesn't really train to develop these new powers. He just goes out and fight.
Yeah, literally.
And then it develops it on the fly type shit.
And then he gains a new power. That whole training arc where you train to get that one power? Yeah, you got something completely different now. Good luck!
Yes.
Isn't that like every single protagonist?
No.
Not always, no, actually.
Like, Naruto trained to become Sage Mode, and he used Sage Mode.
Yeah. Yeah, see, Naruto trained with Jiraiya and the Toad Sages, and even with Kakashi and Yamato, and like he trained with so he pretty much had a different multitude of training arcs. So he trained with Yamato and Kakashi to understand, the Kekkei Genkai and merging different nature chakras together and shit.
And understanding his own nature chakra, which still helps him to this very day.
Yes. Yes, he's even trained with Jiraiya and the Toad Sages, to learn how to initiate Sage Mode and connecting with the Earth and being able to switch it on and off. He's even trained with Killer Bee to actually understand his relationship with Kurama, all that in the 9 yards. Even
and
Luffy
not
himself,
to mention his taijutsu, because I think people sleep on Naruto's taijutsu.
His taijutsu is involved, man.
Bruh, his taijutsu is insane. When he's not pulling from his bag of 2 jutsus, he's throwing heads. I mean, he's really throwing heads. I mean, look at what he did to Gaara's like half transformed form. You know, the same Gaara that basically bodied Sasuke, the even stronger version of Gaara that bodied Lee, you know, the Taijutsu god. And Naruto, he just had a couple of shadow clones and just started throwing hands. He literally beat the sand off of him to the point where he had to transform.
He is really he's very unconventional and creative with the way he fights with his clones. It's definitely a sight to see. And hell, even Luffy himself, right? I know you don't watch much of One Piece, but he pretty much
Hey, them bro, they be doing stuff.
yeah, they have
Luffy's fighting style. Luffy's fighting style is like Goku level.
I know he can like expand his like foot and hand and all that.
Look, listen, like
it kind of reminds me of Choji, actually.
Like his devil fruit powers with the gum fruit on a baseline level was already really creative with like he's used it in creative ways. But man, once he learned hockey and infused it with his devil fruit powers, man, that nigga fights on a whole different motherfucking level. Like like 5-10 times, and like he's even had his own personal just like how Naruto trained with Jiraiya. Luffy trained with Rayleigh, which he was one of the former members of Gold Roger's pirate
he was the
crew.
second. Yeah, he was the second in command of Gold Roger's crew. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he trained with
and
the second in command of the Pirate King, basically.
Yeah, because he took him and his crew, like they took a massive L at that one island, and then even at the War of the Best, with Ace and shit. And
bro, don't talk to me about Ace. I'm sorry.
Man.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I know.
But the state. But all that aside, like he's been like Naruto and Luffy, they have like incremental growth with their training, developing their fighting style, techniques, and everything. So
yeah, it's progressive. It's like it's a progressive, uphill climb.
Yes. Now back to Ichigo, bro. It's like really, it's like his development really. Like he could have been fighting so much better with his baseline abilities, even with his Zangetsu Shikai. But it's literally like when you see him fight, it's literally Getsuga Tensho and Bankai. So many creative ways you could use Getsuga Tensho. He's very linear with the way he fights.
Literally.
Now don't get me wrong. He was cooking in the Soul Society arc. Like he was fighting actually really solid. Urahara actually gave him some good edge. But bro. It was the Urankar arc that I realized how sorry he was.
That's what I was talking about before. That's what I was talking about before with the whole story.
I know.
That whole story, bro, I already said it. He spoke for me.
Too soon. Yeah.
So, okay. Alright, so now with Green-Jiao, I can honestly say, like, that his fights against Green-Jiao, even though all 3 rounds, he honestly won round 3. Like that was literally like a fair fight, right? But in the very beginning, round one, Ichigo gets washed.
Oh, that was a beautiful aspect.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, didn't he get killed with bead?
No, he got no death.
No.
He got a little broed. He got a little broed.
Green-Jiao was doing it so beautifully too, like he was on some DBZ type shit.
Where you at, CJ the champ? You gotta do a thing on the Grim-Jiao, bro.
Mind you, he did not draw his Zanpakuto at all. Like it was just all hands. I mean, he kind of overkill with that last Gatling. Like he didn't have to do all that. That was just some disrespectful shit. Now, fair enough, he was kind of handicapped by his inner hollow and shit, which then leads to the whole digging deep within himself, to overcome his dark side and actually achieve holification, which, mind you, bro was like, okay, you got it. Now, you better not fucking die.
Hey, what about that little girl that had to train him?
Oh, I know.
Are you talking about Yorichi?
Hiyori, that's my girl.
No, the little girl, like the blonde little girl with the red
Yeah, Hiyori.
jumpsuit.
No, that was
her.
That was her and Shiki that were bringing out his visor thing. Yeah, it's kind of like another training arc. But the main thing that I will give the legend that is that the main point of interest you notice with his training arcs is that they kind of cheese among the hack that he can go into in order to challenge the kind of sort of next boss fight without necessarily developing and channeling the power.
It was more. Yeah, and that, and also it was more so like it's funny because the Vizards and Urahara actually did the same thing. Like, drive you into a corner to put you in that life or death situation to make you kind of understand the ideology that you need to have in these fights that you have to come. Now, I will give Ichigo credit, like just going into these fights not knowing shit has done a great deal for his battle experience. But it only goes so far because he hasn't developed these baseline abilities. It's more so because most lieutenants and captains, when they use their Bankai, that's more like a last resort, like final strike move type of thing. For Ichigo, that's always been a default. It has always been his default, right?
I've always said this. Ichigo is just a really strong kid that just so happens to have a sword. He just knows how to throw the sword very hard. He doesn't have real technique. Right, like he doesn't have a technique to it. He just I swing harder than you.
Here's where I kind of get my gripes, because like when they do these matchups and they're talking about how strong Ichigo is, and mind you, I love this guy. He's my favorite character, but I have to call a spade a spade. Okay.
Are you talking about like the death battle analysis type of thing?
Well, not even that. Just in general, right? And I'm using the Arankar arc as a baseline because it
that
paints
is a good
the
example.
picture.
Because he had a few walls during there, so that's a good example.
Yeah, and this paints the picture perfectly. Okay. You're struggling against Grimmjow, who's number 6, right?
Correct.
First round he gets washed. Second round it kind of is a stalemate. Well, he kind of lost his mats, was getting washed, but got saved by the bell by freaking Shinji. Now round 3 was like a fair fight, like an all-out fight. Round 1 against Ukiura, not really much of a fight. He got washed.
Oh no, that was
that
was the wall. Like no one on earth can make it wall type shit.
Oh man, Ukiura. Okay, like he could not do shit against Ukiura. Like round 1, and hell, even with round 2, once he gets fully healed from getting his ass whooped by Nunatora, and I can't really call that a loss because this just so happened right after his fight with Grimmjow, so I'll cut him some slack there. Like, cause like he was getting mollywopped by number 5, but he gets fully healed before Orihime gets captive by Stark and gets left with Ukiura. So he goes and fights Ukiura round 2, right? Like literally the same shit. Like he's putting up a better fight, but Ukiura is literally sandbagging. They go up to the top of Las Noches, and he pretty much unveils his his resurrection. Lago, and basically gets destroyed, gets saved by the bell, by his inner Hollow, and he didn't win the fight. Hollow Ichigo did. Vasto Lourdes won that fight. Shit.
I had a feeling he'd be one of the ones that would kind of call a gray area on that, and that's fair. That's fair because he actually didn't invoke it. It happened out of a need of survival.
Right.
That's
And
like
it just
it's actually funny that you mentioned that
Yeah, we were just
because
talking about that earlier.
you can mention or you can make that same argument for Naruto against Pain. Naruto Sage Mode straight up lost.
yeah.
Like he lost.
hmm
He lost that fight. I'm sorry. And then Kurama basically bailed him out, weakened Pain at that moment in time, and then Naruto finished off the rest.
That is actually
Like
that
is exactly what happened. So it's funny that you mentioned that, but go ahead.
and like. And then it's crazy, and the concept is really crazy because you see, it's like you see how much Ichigo is struggling, right?
Right.
But despite all of this, he's always the one that beats the final boss. This and I understand why, and I'm gonna continue from here. Literally after the fight with Okiura, that Vosto Lourdes, the Inner Hollow, pretty much saved from the bell. It's like, okay. And before I continue, like, and this is to the people that are like, yo, like, Ichigo is strong as shit, like, he's that nigga, right? So let's imagine for a second. Let's just imagine in an alternate universe where he actually beats Ukiura, right? Like, no transformation. He beats Ukiura fair and square. Let's imagine this happens. You're honestly telling me that if you saw how much he was struggling in the real universe, if the script was different and he had to fight either against Hollybell, Baragon, or Stark, you think he win it? You think he got a chance? Hell the fuck no.
Stark, I think he could get a lucky shot in because of his laziness, but Baragon, he's not even gonna touch him.
Bro.
Hey, what about the captains? Like that. Let's forget about the bad guys. What about the people of the good guy team? You think Ichigo is beating the number one what's his name?
The old man? No. In all honesty,
No, not even close.
No.
No.
After what I've seen, there's no way in hell.
Like rare.
Yodorichi, so
Yeah, and it's literally, it's almost as if like the captains and the lieutenants, they be jobbing the hardest when it comes. It's like they job the hardest against the strongest henchman that Ichigo obviously can't beat, but he still ends up beating like the final boss, like the whole leader of the fucking organization. Oh, and before I even get to that part, he fights Gin again. Round 2. Gin toyed with this motherfucker. He toyed with his soul.
I
Straight up toyed with him.
Forever hated that. Yeah.
He went full holification. He went all out. Gin was like, I'm over here. Kamishiri no Yari. What's wrong, Nick? He was playing with this man. And
let me guess. I can pretty much guess that Gin played a game called Fuck Around and Find Out.
Yes.
Essentially.
I remember.
And he wasn't even like
Lucky, that's the game I always play.
And he wasn't even going,
Hello.
He wasn't even going all out. And the funny thing, like, and this is what, like, okay, Aizen. Like, Aizen was playing his role so well as a villain.
I mean, I don't even think him now can still beat Aizen. I don't think many people can beat Aizen at this point in the time.
It's crazy, like, cause where Aizen fucked up was he played with his food. Like, Honestly,
I mean, when you have an
Yes.
ability,
Does it
like,
also do the same thing?
Yes, actually.
I'm just like, when you have an ability like Aizen, it's kind of inevitable. His ability
man.
is just that broken.
Eisen was playing too many craps. Like trying
Actually,
to they got him 7 or a whole entire 11.
do we actually know what his Bankai is?
Only
Like,
in
Actually,
only
to this
in name,
day, no.
not only in name possibly, but not in actual presence. No.
bruh, like, actually think about that for a second. Aizen, one of the most powerful characters. We still don't even know what his true potential is.
Funny
And
how that
he's
is.
already stronger than most characters, if not every character.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I gotta catch up with I think about 3 episodes of Thousand Year Blood Arc because I missed a couple of weekends. Like I've already read the entire manga already, which is, but I gotta see how that turns out. But yeah, Aizen's he definitely played with food by not like finishing Ichigo off when he could have, especially like. Well, he didn't feel the need to because he just got done watching like Urahara, Yoruichi, and Ishin, like his dad and shit, and he left him alive. And I will say that him getting rid of the cleaner in the Dankai Precipice world pretty much gave Ichigo an edge because essentially what happened was because the cleaner was gone, his dad was able to use these items to keep the wall from enclosing in because remember in the Dangai, time and space works differently from the outside world. So a lot of time can pass in the Dangai, but only like a few minutes can pass in the real world. So it's basically on some hyperbolic time chamber
It's the
type
same
shit.
premise of the
Mhm.
hyperbolic, yeah.
Yeah, and that's how he was able to like fight against go back into his inner world, fight against his Bankai version of Tensei Zangetsu, and to achieve like the one arm shit. Now I can say that was like the only time like Ichigo was like raw as fuck.
Oh.
Like I'm not even gonna hold you. That Ichigo was a different beast. But sadly, once he uses final Getsuga Tensho, all that shit goes away. And he's kind of like back to that. Well, I mean, the execution arc and the full bring, like we could go on and on about that, but he pretty much gets his powers back and shit. And now into the Thousand Year Blood War arc is like, and that's the crazy thing. It's like it's not until now I feel like he's actually fighting for real. Like, because the original anime took like almost 366 episodes almost.
Yeah, it was 367, 68 for Bleach. Yeah.
Yeah, and throughout that entire series, he's just been fighting the same.
Funny how that is.
That's basically how it is.
It's like it's the quality of the battles that have been masking the fact that the template is more or less been reused.
Yeah, and
I punch harder than you. Ha 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 ha.
and what's also insane, and this is kind of like a personal take on me, it's like in the non-canon filler arcs, he fights way better than he does in the canon arcs.
Aw.
I still do not understand why. I
Hey,
don't know.
he's just a guy with a sword. He's just a guy with a sword.
Yeah, and then hell, even with Getsuga Tensho, there could have been so many creative ways he could use that technique, like so many. But it's just, blade beam type shit.
I mean, at least he could have took a page out of like Street Fighter and been like, hair slasher, sonic boom, flashlight.
So, when it comes to arcs and shit like that, Street Fighter is a different breed.
I mean, hey, they got it.
Street Fighter is a different breed when it comes to characters and arcs.
Mm.
And trust me on this. People are pretty much asking how the hell is a normal guy in a whole entire karate gi literally beat the living breaks off of Bison?
Who are you referring to when you say normal guy? Because if you're talking about Ryu, he ain't normal.
I know, that's the point.
Then who are you referring to?
Because people tend to look at Ryu as, like I said, a normal guy in a whole entire karate gi. But what people don't know is that he can go toe to toe with goddamn Akuma.
Kinda. He kinda can.
No, it is not kinda. It's without a doubt he can go toe to toe against Akuma. This is the same guy that Ryu beat twice. Ryu beat Akuma twice.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Alpha 2 and Street Fighter 4.
Wait. Okay, wait.
I'm not gonna go back in them games to find out. I'll just take your word for it. that's doing too much.
Lucky is spitting.
I mean, he was, because I remember it, even in the animation that they had for Street Fighter 4. Like, yes, he beat Seth. He was beating Seth. Like, he beat Seth, but he was definitely struggling against Seth. And then I'm imagining, like, Akuma, the same Akuma that killed his master, by the way. Like,
or somehow did.
But like he actually canonically beat him twice. Akuma, I mean.
Now, non-canon wise, he actually beat Akuma for a third time. Yes, this is true. In 2011,
This is like in the comics, or like in the game's chronological story.
In the game. So basically, in Marvel 3, the vanilla version, Ryu actually faced Iron Fist. In the updated version, which is Ultimate Marvel 3, Ryu beat Akuma using the Iron Shuriken, which speculated that Ryu actually defeated Iron Fist to become the successor.
Damn.
So yeah.
Wait, so that's okay. So the crossover is actually like canonically inclined.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty much like it's literally a non-canon.
Okay, so it's saying that Ryu has beaten Akuma, but it's not like outright saying that he is just stronger than Akuma.
Well, in a way, he is stronger due to the Muno-Ken, which is none other than the power of Nine.
Rock Lee's still mine.
Remember when Akuma used the Rage Demon to kill Goken?
Oh, I mean, that's then. I'm more like referring to like now, like nowadays.
And nowadays? Well,
Like, yeah, nowadays.
Don't know. In a way, we really don't know how powerful literally Akuma is, because of the fact that we don't know if Akuma now is basically just Shin Akuma altogether. We don't know. But as of like,
Well, he has a arcade mode, doesn't he?
they do, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't those arcade modes still canon? Because we see in Bison, whenever he came out, one of the characters that he fights is Jury, and shows in his absolution that even without his memories, he is still way stronger than someone like Jury, and possibly even stronger than Ryu. Possibly, but we don't know.
You see, Bison is pretty much like one of the most complicated characters. Well, when it comes to development and like appearances and like the entire lore, what people don't realize is that you only killed one half of Bison. You need to kill the other half. In order to just wipe out Bison completely. Who is that other half of Bison? Her name is Rose. Rose is literally Bison's other half. In order to kill Bison altogether, you need to kill Rose too. As long as one half of Bison is still alive, you're gonna have a hard time.
Kid, do you know like how that came to be? Because I've always been interested, but I never really looked into it. Like Rose was was one of my favorite characters back in 4, and hell, even a bit in 5.
I thought it was like the cloning thing that he was trying to do, just in case if one of his bodies died, he would use them.
But the difference is that Rose is literally not a clone of Bison. That is the major difference between Rose and the dolls that Bison literally made. Rose is not a doll. Rose is her. She is literally the good version of Bison. That's what she is. And seriously, that is something that people tend to realize or even notice.
So you're saying that Rose is as strong as Bison, essentially?
What happened?
Is Rose as strong as Bison?
She's equally as strong.
So she's stronger than most characters in the entire universe, then.
Precisely.
That's crazy.
She don't even like to fight for real.
It is, but don't look. But seriously, but literally, don't look as her appearance fool you. She's way stronger than you think.
I mean, so is Jury, but you know, people still underestimate her.
She is one crazy. She is like the quote on James Carter. You is one crazy ass bitch.
That is her movie.
That's a hilarious reference.
But nah, I believe like with Jury, because you know I was always fascinated with Jury and her story. The only characters, to be fair, she hasn't been in a lot of fights against the higher tier characters, but the only fights that she's like actually just flat out lost was against Seth and Bison, which, you know what? That's fair. for those to only be your losing like record, because she absolutely destroyed Cammy, Guile, and Chun-Li.
Wait, did she destroy Guile?
Yes.
I feel like God was giving her a run for her money, though. Now, Cammy and Chun-Li, yeah, I know they got...
No, she absolutely destroyed them.
Wait, feng shui.
Nah, she absolutely destroyed all 3 of them. And I mean, like, it was almost casually. In fact, with Chun-Li, the only reason she didn't kill them is because Cammy and Guile was running too, and she was like, you know what? Another day. Because literally, her feng shui engine was messing up, like you were saying, it was messing up. And she was like, you know what? Another day. And then another day happened. She beat the crap out of Cammy and Guile and then walked away. Like, nah, she is really strong.
Because Jury is one of those characters that just doesn't want to kill the weak. She wants someone that can pretty much push her to the edge.
Well, not exactly. I mean, kind of.
Competitive thrill seeker, yeah.
She, her whole motivation. So she's supposed to be like the dark half of what Chun-Li would or could have been. So a little bit of lore drop. Bison essentially killed Chun-Li's parents, and that's exactly what happened with Jury. And Chun-Li took one path, and Jury took another path. Jury, obviously, taking the path of revenge. I mean, it literally broke her. And we actually see this in Street Fighter 6, that she actually loved her parents. She loved Taekwondo, and she was a very smart individual. But after the loss of her parents, she went down a really dark spiral in pursuit of revenge. And I mean, all the way, Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, that was her only goal, was to kill Bison. But obviously, she couldn't do it. Bison was just way too powerful, which, I mean, fair enough. He's more powerful than most characters. But Jury, that was her whole goal. And after the death, quote unquote death of Bison, that's why in Street Fighter 6 she's a lot more mellowed out, kinda. Like, she didn't have a real purpose at that point, because at that point in time, that was her entire goal, was to kill Bison.
Right.
And she used, that sadistic nature to get what she wanted. Like, the reason she was so sadistic was because she felt like she had nothing left to lose. Like, she literally had nothing left to lose. She loved her parents that much, and Bison took that away from her. So she was like, if I can't be happy, then nobody can be happy. That's why she went on just a rampage, acting the way that she did. But in Street Fighter 6, actually not even in Street Fighter 6, I believe in Street Fighter, I want to say 5, I'm not entirely sure, but it was that time where she actually helped Cammy. I don't know if that was Street Fighter 5 or 4, but she actually helps Cammy, because she was just going to kill one of the dolls, but Cammy was like, no, she don't do that and whatever.
Oh yeah, that was 5.
And Jury was like, compassion. I don't know how, I haven't felt that in years. I almost forgot what that felt like. And that's why she started helping Cammy at the end of the day, kind of doing her own little twist on it. And then Street Fighter 6 happens, and she does it again. Because when we run into Jury, she's one of the few characters that we run into kind of early on in the story with our created character, and then we meet her much, much later. But notice what she did. She beat the crap out of us, but she didn't kill us. Old Jury would have just straight up killed us. And, don't know if you also noticed, but that fight was really freaking hard. She literally beats a 2-on-1, which is supposed to be a reference to how she pretty much bodied Cammy and Guile, because it was literally a 2-on-1, and she absolutely destroyed them. But she spared us. She spared us, and actually, kind of heard us out, which, again, the old Jury wouldn't have done. She wouldn't have cared. But because of that, small little moment with Cammy and the other doll, she started changing at least a little bit of her mindset. Heck, it even got so changed that in her story ending, of course she fights Chun-Li, but a couple things happen that is very different from what Jury would normally do. She actually helps Chun-Li. She tells Chun-Li, hey, there's this guy You know, JP, yeah, he's a thing. Just thought you should know. Yeah, she's the one that informs them about him. And, you know, Chun-Li obviously being very confused, like, why are you helping me and all that nonsense. But then what really struck with Jury is the one line that Chun-Li was saying, you and I are both victims of the same story. I mean, we both literally come from the same point of view. We just took different paths. You are a victim. And then just kind of left it off of that. And that, like, you know, that stuck with her. And she just got mad. She's like, wait, I'm not a victim, you're a victim.
Yeah.
That was basically her.
I mean, Jury's not wrong.
Having a group conversation.
I mean, but neither is Chun-Li. I mean, Chun-Li literally had to tell her, you're a victim. It's okay to be angry. Bison did something really horrible to you. But, you know, we don't know where Jury is now in terms of her morality. Because in Street Fighter 4, yeah, she was a villain. Street Fighter 5, she was kind of an anti-hero, just kind of doing her own thing. Not even an anti-hero, she was just kind of doing her own thing. Now, Street Fighter 6, we really don't know where she's at. We don't know if she wants to be evil. We don't know.
She's more of a chaotic neutral. If we're being realistic and just based off of like Street Fighter 6 wise, she's more of like chaotic neutral.
I do hope she gets stronger because she's, funny enough, she's actually one of the most popular characters to like in terms of like recently new characters. She's one of the few characters that isn't like a main staple character. From her debut has been in every single like main Street Fighter game since. Like she's been in Street Fighter 4, that was her debut. People loved her so much, she came back in Street Fighter 5. People loved her so much, she came back in Street Fighter 6. Yeah, like, she's a very likable character.
Now, the one thing I'm still kind of confused, like, because I haven't really done a lot of, like, backstory research with, like, Street Fighter 6, but, like, what's really, like, the main conflict going on now? Because I know I've been hearing things about, like, JP and Ken, but it's regards to everybody else.
Crypto. That's the best way I can put it.
Wait, what do you say?
Crypto.
The Nayshaw incident. So basically, Ken was being framed for a crime that he did not commit. So he pretty much had no choice but to go into hiding. And
Yep, that's why we see him working at a construction site. Oh, poor Ken.
Safety first.
Yeah. But yeah, JP is basically the big baddie right now. We have Bison, who just came back, but the thing with Bison is that he has no memory of himself. Like he doesn't know anything about his previous self. He's just there.
That is very interesting.
Yep, he's just there. That's why he kind of looks like a homeless rag. Because he has no idea who he is. Well, he kind of knows. He knows the name M. Bison. And he's like, yes, I will now call myself M. Bison. But, like, he don't know anything about what M. Bison has done at all. He doesn't know any of it.
It's crazy because he can still scissor kick you. He can still devil reverse you. He can still stand on top of your goddamn punch and drag your ass to the floor. That he remembers that. Oh
yeah. He remembers that. His body don't forget. His mind may.
Oh man.
But Yeah, and Bison is there. Funny enough, Aki is one of the characters. She is really strong. I mean, like
She was
she was
Fang's
so,
apprentice, right?
yeah, she's like Fang's like successor, or I think successor.
Alrighty then, chat room.
She she
Chill the fuck
absolutely
out, Sage-M.
Oh Lord. She absolutely bodied JP. Like in her ending, she not only finds JP because her master told her to, she beats JP because her master told her to, and spared JP's life because her master told her to. What? Well, because she was only tasked to find him, not kill him. Because remember, Fang is a part of Shadowloo, and so is, him. Like, Fang was like a high-ranking officer, and he wanted to figure out what all this commotion was, so he sent Aki to do it. And Aki definitely did it. She bodied him. It was bad. So that made me curious, how strong is JP? Like, if he's supposed to be the big baddie, surely he got to be at least somewhere close, maybe not on the same level, but like somewhere comparable to M. Bison if he gonna be the big baddie. And then you got Aki over here just straight up bodying him like it's nothing. I'm like, oh my goodness. That's terrifying. That made me curious how strong Aki actually is. Because keep in mind, Aki doesn't use, psycho power like Bison or Ed or JP. Nah, she just uses poison. And she is really good with it. I would even say that she's way better than Fawn. She's way better than him. Not only gameplay-wise, but just performance-wise. She was out here bodying people.
Like,
The way she slid on her back.
Win a major tournament though.
Huh?
Like I was about to say, like, didn't Fong even win a major Street Fighter tournament?
I have no idea. He was not that great, and he didn't feel great in Street Fighter V. But to be fair, neither did Jury. Jury felt awful in that game. I'll never forgive it.
Yeah, I know. The number 2. Oh God. I hate it.
Crazy.
Bruh.
Bruh, nah. His super where he's flapping it. Yo, nah, he's funny. But nah, Aki is really strong. And she's not a charge character. Thank God.
Well, let me guess. You really hate charge characters.
I hate Guile. Does that count?
Yes.
Because look, I don't mind playing Chun-Li. I don't mind playing DJ. I could really care less about E Honda. But Guile, I ain't gonna lie. Trying to do Guile's combos actually hurts my head and my fingers. I don't like his charge timing at all. Cause like you have to do it immediately. Like the window is so tight for charging at the right amount of charge. It's dumb. Because even though the combo can look exactly the same, it's because you didn't charge for this extra bit of seconds, the move's not going to come out.
Yeah, and then he also incorporates fitting his normals in between his charges, especially like stand normals. Oh man, I'm bitching.
I
What I
hate
mean is, like, unless for a fact that your name is Knuckledew or Daigo, don't even try it.
Nah. Kaba.
Yeah, I was about to say Kava's also.
Yeah. I think Kaba's the best Guile. Dude been ducking. I don't know what to say. Look, how you gonna call yourself the best Guile, but when Kaba actually is trying to fight you with Guile, you pick Cammy? How you gonna pick Cammy? You said you're the best Guile. That's like me saying I'm the best 18.
That's
Huh?
Mirror matches suck.
Okay, it does. But then don't claim to be the best Guile if you ain't ready to fight Guile. because Do initiated it, talking about the best Guile. So if you want to talk about the best Guile, you better be getting ready for a mirror match. Cause like what do you mean? That's like me saying I'm the best 18 player, but I don't want to fight another 18. What?
But that's real.
Like, I wouldn't initiate it if I wasn't expecting it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't okay. Like, don't initiate saying, "Oh, I'm the best at this specific character," and not expect a mirror match. Like, that's going to happen. That is going to happen. I don't know. You mean the man in control of all the money? Man, what are you talking about? You did a bit. I don't know, but I don't like playing Guile. Guile's weird. I don't like him. He's lame. He's lame to watch. He's lame to play. He got a lame haircut. His haircut make me angry. Everything about him make me angry. I don't like him.
So
He's annoying to fight against. He's annoying to play. He's annoying to watch.
Funny that the first.
You better hope for a fact that you don't bump into either Ken or Guile, otherwise you're gonna have a PTSD.
I don't mind fighting Ken. I can fight Ken all day. I can fight Ken all day. But Guile? Perfect! Flash kick, perfect! Sorry, boom, perfect! Flash kick! That is, bro, no. How you gonna throw a sonic boom in jabbing distance? What? Stop throwing projectiles in my face!
But number one, he's literally a zoner.
Okay. Yeah, if you're a zoner, then throw Sonic Boom at full screen, not in front of my face.
Drive impact.
Yeah, okay. Let's see how that works out 9 times out of 10. Most people try to do that, and Guiles just react because they recover so fast.
Aren't Sonic Boom still plus on? No, I think they adjusted because I remember in 5 they used to be plus.
It's safe on block, but depending on the distance, it can be plus. And depending on which boom you do, because again, there's several different types. You can do the slow version, you can do the fast version, you can do the medium version. You can do all these different versions. So drive impact is not reliable because they got different recoveries. Good luck. Good luck trying to do that on reaction because they can just do Sonic Boom into counter drive impact.
Funny enough,
Aki, don't ever try to play Guile against Aki. She just ignores your projectiles every time, and I love it. I'll be sniping people from full screen.
I don't play Guile, so luckily for you, I don't play Guile.
Well, ain't lucky
You're
for me.
playing Street Fighter, Lucky.
What's up? What's up?
Ryu.
Ryu? Oh, he's trying to be the main character.
For the first
Ryu
for
is
the
fair,
first few
dude.
months,
He is fair and balanced. Get out of here.
Ryu, fair and balanced. Have you seen that damage? Fair and balanced. Okay.
I mean, yes.
He is. No.
Well, to be fair, there's a lot of low tier characters or mid tier that take a lot of damage for no reason. It's nothing new in fighting games.
Yeah, that's true.
Is true. Let's see here. There's like a bunch of mid tier characters that literally does like moderately high damage for and God knows how long. And I literally play some of those.
Okay, practical damage. Practical damage. Because yes, you can do a lot of damage, but practical damage. Like, the likelihood of you actually getting that damage in a real fight. That's what I mean by that.
Define practical damage.
Damage that you would get in an actual fight. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. Like, it don't require some extreme, elaborate setup. Like, this is something that would happen naturally in a fight. This is something that you would be able to get more often than not. Like, with Manon, you know, it's quite rare to get all 5 of her medals. It's certainly possible, but it's rare in comparison to someone like Zangief, where he just can grab you off rip, and it's going to hurt. Like, he don't gotta keep grabbing you. He's just gonna grab you, and it's gonna hurt.
okay, so this coming from a former Manon player, because I played Manon exclusively for like the first few months of Street Fighter 6.
Yo, same. Let's go.
There's really none of the other characters kind of like reached out to me. But what was really frustrating was I felt like everybody else was playing Street Fighter 6, and I was like, I was going nowhere with my drive glitch. I was going nowhere with my normals. Like, I had to work 3 to 4 times as harder than everybody else trying to play fucking neutral.
You're preaching to the choir.
Hold on.
Oh man. Like, when I played Manon, my walk speed was so slow. I was like, okay, I'm getting close. I'm getting close. Oh, you're far away. Okay, you're throwing projectiles. Okay, I got you. I got a projectile involved. Oh no, okay, that didn't work.
Like playing Manon feels like you're accomplishing something until you fight other top tiers, and it's like you
anyone with a projectile, it just hurts.
Because for the longest, it's like either she needs to have more horizontal distance with her twirl shit, or they need to give her a better drive rush, because I'm not reaching shit. Yeah,
that and I feel like her medium kick, her stand medium kick should go farther. Personally, that's just me though. You know, her stand medium kick. I mean, she got long legs. What you mean she can't hit from that far?
Yeah, and the two things that always baffled me was it's the full screen zoner type characters that have the full screen drive rushes, so they can zone you out, but they can also close the distance whenever they fucking want to.
And it's fast too.
And then like I've heard people say in the beginning that Manon was like the better Zangief, and I'm like, are you like, what do you mean? Because first of all, he has a way better drive rush. He has longer reaching normals. He has a block headbutt, and then while we're trying to use it. While we're trying to like command grab to get like to level 3, level 5, like Zangief is already at level 3 with his command grabs already.
And on top of that, Zangief doesn't need to grab to do a lot of damage.
Nope.
Manon, at least at the beginning, not so much now, but at the beginning, her damage was like below average without that grab. Like, without the grab, you weren't really doing much. you are doing a lot more now. Like her level 2 does a lot more damage. Her level 3 can do a lot more damage. She got new combo routes that last longer. I'm like, yeah, she can definitely hit harder. But back then, oh no. You had to hit them like 8 times because she barely had combos. And she's so meter dependent when she is using combos.
Oh, dude, my biggest gripe, was like, why the fuck? Her level 1, like, okay, why doesn't it not have projectile involved?
It's because it's invincible on wake up. That's why. Like it's like literally one of her wake up options.
Okay.
So good luck trying to challenge her when she got that, because she's just gonna run straight through you, and it switches sides. So I mean, I don't know. People like that. People prioritize it.
That makes sense,
I mean,
but
like, who is a better Zangief between like Lee? You see, I don't think Manon is a better Zangief.
No, Zangief is literally a top tier right now.
Who do I think is a female version of Zangief? Marissa.
No, she's not a grappler. She has a command grab, but no, she is not a grappler. She just punched really hard. And she has combos, like really, really good combos.
that guard breaking hoe.
I will say,
Right. You can't. Good luck trying to challenge her in Burnout. She still has armor.
well, then
Oh man.
Oh, hey, man, welcome out there. Welcome. Alright. Let's see, what is the next thing here? What time is it? Actually, we get ready to enter into a closing point. Let me see.
Sorry, I just started talking.
That is all good. That is the premise of the podcast.
You know, I had a podcast once. It was called the Way Off Topic Podcast. I miss it so much. I miss it so much. It's just people stopped showing up, and I stopped doing it because no one showed up. It's really sad.
I don't look. I haven't even streamed in months, and God knows how long.
Yeah. I'm out of commit. My internet's out of commission at the moment, so I ain't been able to go live as much. But thankfully, I got my phone, so we straight.
Yo, we getting a phone stream? That's crazy.
Oh hell no! Not with this data. Shit.
Yo, data stream? That sounds incredible.
I can't even find, like, if I were to connect my console or
Who's top 5 GBR in your opinion? GBR in terms of what? But yeah, if you guys all do wish to have a panel, let me know, and then I can go on ahead and I can give you an outline of what all it is that I have in the background that can work as somewhat of a blueprint for a guide, but you don't necessarily have to follow it to the letter. That's pretty much the premise of me and Clementine's podcast here for the most part. Versus Rising, who's your top 5? Oh, in terms of character. Right now, in terms of characters, Belial, Cag, Siegfried, Lucilius, and I want to say either Zeta or 2B for that last one. That would be the general top 5 in my opinion.
I would say Zeta. Fuzzies are a nightmare.
Okay. Then a 2B's rework still makes her more of a pain than when she actually ran the meta. That's why I was thinking leaning more towards her rather than going to Zeta, just because I would say it out of being biased, but the key thing is to be unbiased.
The thing is though, 2B has neutral skips, Zeta has fuzzies, and just hard mix to get around. But once Zeta's in, it's more like you have to guess every time correctly.
Right.
Even then, from fuzzies for some reason.
Yeah. Alright, Clementine, anyone you want me to raid? Or anybody you know that's around? Go on ahead and I can begin the process to raid.
I mean, let me check. Let's see.
And while she's looking for the most part, chat, I appreciate the honor and getting ready to head on out here, but I appreciate you guys sitting and tuning in towards episode 1 here of the podcast, which is the second successive podcast episode here for the Space Bridge, for the Iacon Battle Circuit. If you guys have any other questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to pop them down below in the VOD when this is finished, or also seek to message me via Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube if you guys wish to have your own segment, or be in the know of when these are going on if you guys want to sit and chill while I interview the next guest that may be around here in my community for Iacon or in any of my linking communities. I'm going to be doing a handful of these. It's not going to be an ongoing thing for a long period of time right now, but there's going to be like a good short series that I aim to do going into the holidays, now that I actually was able to get this foundation up and going. So while you guys are sitting and chilling, feel free to come through Iacon and see whom is a good interviewee of the day, as we just sit and lay out a whole template of stuff through gaming in general, not just fighting games, and see if we can get to a lot of the core issues or the core energy that you want to have going into gaming communities, not just fighting game communities, but communities in general, and where the ideology comes from and how to build it or even rebuild it. A lot of food for thought that was shared here is one drop in the bucket I seek to fill up. Okay, I might not have to learn a new cast member now. Okay, well, it's one of those names I mentioned you might already be playing, so you're good.